Mm.
Commissioner Roberts, if you can mute your line, that would be great.
Do that.
Yes.
I see that it has names on it.
Mhm.
And are we supposed to do that? Because I
Yeah.
haven't done that before.
You've never done it? Yeah, you're supposed to sign them each, and then I just keep them on file. I send them to the city clerk.
So are they going to bring theirs up and I sign?
Yeah, after. You can actually sign them now if you want to do it now.
Oh, yeah.
Sure, why not? We didn't do that for the other one.
You didn't?
Uh-uh.
Maybe we're going to Bowie.
But you still don't have the laminated card.
I know.
Now I'm going to come out.
We're gonna find out who the culprit was. Seriously,
Souvenir.
she's like, it's right here. Where? Yeah, somebody has a souvenir.
So do they just get them back so that they can read them live and I don't have to?
I can do that if you like. Otherwise, they normally just. We'll be getting started in about 4 minutes, so if you can kindly find your seats, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, well, good afternoon or good evening, I should say, to all. Welcome to the March 18th Planning Commission meeting. All members are present. So at this time, I would like us to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, oath of office and swearing in of the new commissioners or the commissioners. Mayor Meyer.
They're gonna do it together. You wanna share a mic or? She's got one. Somebody might. Sort of watch it at home.
Oh, that's
better.
true.
Okay, you ready? Wonderful. I'm going to start and I'll have you repeat your name. After me. I state your name, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Should I say it again? I did break it up, maybe not enough.
Maybe break it up a little
I state your name.
I, Ronnie Jones,
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend
that I solemnly swear that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties of which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
But while they're getting their chair, I would like to say something about Commissioner Spaulding, who has been on the Planning Commission with me for some time and has served this community well. And he will be missed. He brought quite a bit to the city of Brentwood, and I would be remiss if I did not give him his acknowledgement. He was a fine commissioner, and I look forward to seeing him, and I'm wishing him the best life has to offer. So thank you, Commissioner Spaulding. At this time, I would like to move line item D and E down by informational reports and go right into public comments, at which time we can, at a later date, later time in our agenda, speak to elections for both the design review chair and vice chair. And I think that I need to ask respectfully.
Through the chair, are you asking the commission?
Yes, I'm asking the commission if the commission has any opposition to that recommendation. Otherwise, I'd like to move on to public comments.
I make a motion that we can move those two items down to the bottom of the agenda.
Yeah, so moved.
No motion is
All
needed.
in-
You just have to agree on it.
It's fine by me.
We're
Fine.
Okay, very good. Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate it. Everybody agrees. So at this point, I'd like to move into public comments. Per the city's meeting rules and procedures, public comments are genuinely limited to 5 minutes or less if a large number of speakers is anticipated, or if approved by the chair. Speakers desiring answers to questions should direct them to the Planning Commission, and if relevant, the commission may direct them to staff. Speakers can also follow up directly with staff during regular city business hours. Please file a speaker card from or with the administrative secretary on the form provided at the back of the chambers. During this portion of the meeting, those in the council chambers or on Zoom are permitted to speak on items that are not on the agenda. Public comments for scheduled agenda items should wait until that time, so I'm respectfully asking that we do that. Please note that the commission's actions are final unless an appeal is filed with the city clerk within 10 calendar days.
Through the chair, we'll now go to public comments in person. I do have one card for someone for public comment. The remainder of you should be waiting for item I. Our first public comment is Danny Dorman.
Thank you all. Bear with me. I have a little song I'd like to play. Diane Burgess doesn't give a damn. Diane Burgess doesn't give a damn. Diane Burgess doesn't give a damn about Margaret's. DC Fire doesn't give a damn. The fire doesn't give a damn. The fire doesn't give a damn about Margaret's. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. And although my comments are adjacent to agenda item I, they're not directly related to agenda item I. Therefore, the whole open comment should be fine. Now, I know what the county is going to say or should be recalled. Supervisor Diane Burgess will say. First off, they'll say it's a private matter, that it's between the veterans and the county, and the city can't get involved. Wrong. We need an updated traffic study, which is not in anything provided. We should have a CEQA, although it was grandfathered in. My question is, why not? Yes, it was grandfathered in, but if you want to rest assurances, then have a CEQA. Have it done. It won't disrupt downtown. That's probably the silliest out of all the excuses, given that we have Sand Creek, which is less than 2 miles away and has direct, right down Sand Creek, to what I found, and I'm going to give this to all of you, to the city management and to the council. I took a map from Contra Costa Fire today where it shows the hot spots for Brentwood today. The biggest one starts on the other side of Sand Creek, on the other side of Highway 4. That's today. And it spreads out from there. I also have documents from, previous posts and other research, because I really wanted to make sure that this pivot, not from you, and again, I want to make that clear. It's not any of you. It's not our council. This lies squarely on Contra Costa Fire and their back office elites, and hopefully will be recalled Supervisor Diane Burgess. You and the council are our only resort. The focus has been on vets, and rightly so. As I said in a comment, last time I saw the government do a land grab like this was in the history books with Miwoks out here. That is what it is. It's a land grab. Although the county says they own it. And of course, we, the vets, I am a vet, we go chapter and verse in all the rules and regulations and promises and, I would say treaties, but we're veterans. But they'll go back and say, well, it's county land. And, we'll slip you $300,000 to build up the hall to shut you guys up. But we're going to do it anyway. Oh, and I forgot about the things that they'll say. We had it there before. Yes. In 2014, the size of Brentwood at the time was about 57,000. Downtown boomed. The outer regions boomed. Areas where we need fire support are out of downtown. So to squeeze a pretty looking firehouse downtown just so I can jump on a campaign trail and say, look what I did, is silly. Yes to the, what is it? Yes to the station, no to the location.
Speaker's time has expired.
Okay, very good. Let me reiterate that I really want us to stay on task here. I appreciate comments, but we're going to wait until we get to that item I, to have that discussion on the fire station. I do appreciate the comments. At this time, Ms. April, is there anything else or anyone else that is going to speak on items that are not on the agenda?
Chairperson Roberts, at this time, we have no other speaker's card, but due to the nature of this meeting and you joining remotely, we are going to open Zoom public comment. So if anyone in
Okay.
Zoom would like to raise their hand to speak during general public comment only, please raise your hand. At this time, Chairperson Roberts, we have no hands raised.
Okay, very good. Okay, then we're going to move on to regular commission minutes. And I would like us to, the next item is the consent calendar. There is one set of minutes for the regular meeting on January 21st, 2025. Is there any discussion or do I have a motion?
I make a motion to adopt the consent calendar.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hang on one second. We
Through-
have to do a roll call
through-
vote, April. So just
Yes,
because
through
we
the
have a
chair.
commissioner participating remotely, and also Commissioner Jones, if you could abstain, thank you, since you weren't on the commission yet. Thanks so much.
Yes, due to the nature of this meeting, we will have to do a roll call vote. So I'll go
Okay.
ahead and start with Commissioner Floor,
Aye.
Commissioner Brand,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Abstain.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Chairperson Roberts.
Aye.
Motion passed.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let's move into the public hearing. As we've already had the discussion on pulling items and sending them further down the agenda. Public hearing H1, a time extension for previously approved amendment to conditional use permit 004. It's a CUP for the Deer Ridge Clubhouse. And the staff report will be given by Eric Nothinus.
Good evening, Chairperson Roberts, members of the commission. Thank you. I don't have any formal PowerPoint presentation or slideshow to go through. My presentation is going to be very brief on this item. I think the commissioners, with the exception of Commissioner Jones, kind of remember the history on this one. It has a lengthy history dating back to the early 2000s, but most recently in February of last year, the commission approved an amendment to the use permit with a new set of conditions that would facilitate opening of the former clubhouse for a restaurant and some outdoor events. As part of that approval, the applicant/property owner was required to be up and running within a year, which was February 20th. Unfortunately, he was not able to do that, so he did file a time extension request with the city. So this request is essentially just giving him some extra time to get up and running. I can tell you that he is currently working inside with a city-issued permit to get that done, and I think he's hoping to have things up and running sometime in the summer. So again, this would just give him some extra time to do that. I'm happy to answer any questions the commission might have.
Through the chair and planning manager Eric, I believe Commissioner Roberts cannot participate in this item.
I can't.
Thank you, April. Thank you so much. Yeah, Chairperson Roberts, as you might recall, we had communicated about this a week or so ago. Unfortunately, we did not know about your remote attendance prior to the notice going out for this item.
Oh, okay.
So I think, Christy, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we can just have you turn off your camera at this point, and then we'll turn it over to the commissioners here in attendance.
Okay, well, let me be clear about something. Is that for the next item as well?
No. It's just for this.
Okay.
It's just for this one because it requires a public hearing, and your location would have had to have been included on the actual notice that was sent out, and there wasn't enough time to do that.
All right, very well. I'll turn my my video off. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So again, with that, I'll turn it back to the commission for any questions. I know we don't have an official vice chair at this point, so however you want to handle it.
I'd like to start. I don't have a lot of questions. It appears to me that this is just a straight up extension, and there weren't any. There's no changes to the thing. It is just a time extension.
That's correct.
And in the packet, there was a letter from a citizen that was concerned about the lighting. I'll make discussion about that a little bit later, but I just wanted to check with you and see. There's no requirement that we make any decisions on that letter tonight, is there? But we can talk about it if we want.
You can. My preference would be for the commission to focus on the time extension request itself and the fact that there are no changes being proposed by either staff or the applicant. But since you mentioned it, and I'm glad you did, I met with the property owner today out at his house, and we talked about a host of things, including the lighting. I think he's okay with the way things stand now. I also wanted to point out that, that one of the conditions on the amendment that was approved last year requires staff to come back within a year of the use commencing, just to kind of review conditions and operations, make sure everything's going okay. So we'll be doing that once, and the clock will start ticking once the use does commence. So that could be either later this year, early next year. And again, just an opportunity to kind of review everything, including the lighting.
Perfect. Yeah, I wasn't planning to do anything tonight. I just wanted to make a comment about it. So
Great.
That's perfect. Thank you.
You bet.
Yeah, I think we hashed it out quite a bit in February of last year. So I'm basically just focusing on the actual time extension. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to highlight what Commissioner Floor brought up regarding the lights just from the email that was received. So thank you for addressing that. And as in terms of the lighting, and indulge me just obviously because I'm newer on here, but I wanted to confirm, are the lights the same as the street lights in the parking? Is it match the same type of lighting?
Yeah, from a design perspective, they do. They look like the city design streetlights. Those are the streetlights that have been out there for the last at least 15 years or so. I don't know if they're exactly the original ones that were there when the clubhouse opened, but they haven't been changed recently.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah, and I had an opportunity to watch the February 20th, 2024 meeting, so I got fully up to speed on this. I think a lot of that was addressed then, so that was the main question from the resident. So thank you.
I have no problems with the time extension.
If there are no additional questions for staff, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing. At this time, the public is permitted to address the Planning Commission. Remarks are limited to 5 minutes per person, except for the applicant, who will have 10 minutes. Does the applicant wish to address the commission? No. That would be a no. Does the Planning Commission have any questions of the applicant?
Is the applicant here?
He's here.
I have nothing.
The questions have been answered for me, so I'm good.
Commissioner Johnson, do you have questions of the applicant?
I have no questions.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and ask, is there any discussion by the commission?
The discussion will be after public hearing is closed.
Sorry, do we have nobody? Okay,
Right now, it's just questions for the applicant.
okay. Then I move to close the public hearing.
Well, we cannot close public hearing until we hear from the public. At this time, if there's anyone here in the chambers that would like to speak that did not fill out a card, we'll go ahead and go to Zoom. If there's any attendees on Zoom that would like to speak, please raise your hand. I have no hands raised in Zoom and no public speakers in chambers. The city has received one public comment regarding this item that were sent via email or otherwise for our consideration. Copies of these comments are made available on the city's website under the meeting information page. Do I have a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
I think we could just call for an all in
Yes,
favor. We
we'll
don't need
do
a
it
roll
all in
call.
favor. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Now now the commission will have their discussion.
By way of discussion, I just wanted to mention that there was a letter about the lighting situation at the restaurant. I did read the letter. I went out last night around 11 o'clock at night to look at the lighting. I didn't notice that it was particularly bright. I did note that the lights in the parking lot were, as Eric had noted earlier, basically just the same lights that we have on all the streets, and they are downward pointing. I didn't notice a lot of light pollution. I did drive down to Lower Spanish Bay, look out across to see what it would look like to the neighbors whose backyards face it. They are across quite a large expanse. And I did also note that if you look the other way, over across the 12th, that there is a house that has lights all along their the back of their fence, and it was about the same. So it didn't strike me as anything requiring action tonight, and I'm glad to hear that that the person who posted the notice, the email, is satisfied. So I think that's all that I have for it. As far as the extension, I have no objection to it. I'm familiar with the circumstance, and having read the staff report, it seems perfectly reasonable to me. Anybody else?
Yeah, as I said before, I think it's, we're talking time extension here. I think Mr. Nathanius and the staff are going to take care of any follow-ups within, 1 year of the date. Other than that, yeah, I think move for a vote if no one else has comments.
I'll just say, like I said, I had an opportunity to watch the February 20th, 2024 meeting, and I think the commission really addressed the primary concerns. As in terms of the lighting, I appreciated the resident reach out. I'm very glad to hear that was taken care of. And in the end, that the time extension application, it was submitted prior to the termination date. There's no changes being requested, so I think this is pretty straightforward. So that's all I have to say.
I'm in agreement with that this is a time extension. Any other issues can be addressed later on the annual review of this CUP.
Any other discussion? Okay. I make a motion to adopt resolution number 25-005, approving a 1-year time extension for the amendment to conditional use permit number 00-04, CUP 00-04-A1 for the Deer Ridge Clubhouse located at 801 Foothill Drive, south of Balfour Road. I'm not reading the APN. Subject to certain findings and conditions.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. So we'll move on to business item I, design review for the Fire Station 94. There is an application for a design review to construct a new 8,130.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I do have to read a recusal statement.
Oh, very well, by all means.
Having just joined the Planning Commission, I was recently informed that the commission would hear this design review application at tonight's meeting. My employer does have a building within close proximity of the proposed project site. And while I do not believe that my participation in a decision on this application would have any impact on my own financial interests, unfortunately, there was not sufficient time to seek FPPC guidance on that question since I just recently joined the commission. And though I am very comfortable and confident that I would be an unbiased and neutral decision maker on this item, I do respect and understand that the proximity of one of my employer's buildings to the proposed project site may cause some to have questions. So therefore, out of an abundance of caution, I am thus recusing myself from participation on this agenda item. I will leave the room and I will return once this agenda item has concluded. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jeremy. Okay, very good. Okay. The application for design review DR 24-013 to construct a new 8,137 square foot, two-story fire station, including 2 apparatus bays, living areas, and associated site improvements on a 13,427 square foot parcel located at 739 First Street, APN 013-091-019. At this point, I'm going to ask the staff report by Miguel Contreras to be given.
Thank you, Chair Roberts. Good evening, and good evening to the commission. Good evening to the members of the public. This is Miguel Contreras, City of Brentwood Planning Division. Here to present Fire Station 94, which is design review application 24-013, which is located at 739 First Street. It is within the downtown specific plan, specifically the downtown core zoning district. The specific request is for a new two-story, 8,137 square foot fire station featuring 2 engines, bays for a Type 1 and Type 3 fire engine. Also including living quarters for dormitories and associated site improvements such as trash enclosure, parking area, generator, and fuel storage. The site itself would be accessed off of Diablo Way. The fire engines would access off of Diablo Way and exit onto First Street. And fire personnel would exit and enter the site off of Diablo Way. Parking is proposed at 9 parking spaces, including 1 accessible. And the application proposes 1,009 square feet of landscaping. The architecture is American Main Street architectural style, which is it's an acceptable architectural style that's identified in the downtown specific plan. And it incorporates architectural elements such as cornices, windowsills, and concrete lintels. The building also incorporates brick, concrete, stucco, aluminum. The brick would be on the northeast and south elevation. It would wrap around onto the western elevation. And then the remainder of the western elevation would be stucco. The application would be consistent with the downtown specific plan, and it would specifically be consistent with the downtown core zoning district. The project does qualify for a Class 32 categorical exemption, which is the infill exemption for infill development projects. And staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 25-004, thus approving Design Review 24-013. And that would conclude staff's presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Do I have any clarifying questions for Mr. Contreras from the commission?
I do.
Okay.
I was
Commissioner
curious.
Floyd.
Thank you, Chair Roberts. There's an ESA was done, but did the city try to do any kind of an initial study to determine if the EIR is required? Isn't that something that normally is done?
No, an initial study wasn't conducted since the project was found to be exempt under the Class 32 infill exemption.
Thank you. And as described in the staff report, the Class 32 exemption found that there is no effect on traffic, noise, and air quality. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that finding crucial to that? I mean, because I think that, I guess what I want to know is how was that, looking at the situation, looking at the maps, being downtown, looking at everything, I think a reasonable person might be concerned about the traffic impact, especially with, the growing population and the expanded use of downtown for, street festivals. So I was just wondering, at what point was the determination made that there's no impact on traffic, and what sort of thought process went into that?
Essentially, there was no evidence that it would create those types of impacts. And secondly, I believe it's a permitted use. I would defer the question to our city council to give a better explanation.
Sure, I think I can step in there. As Miguel noted, this is a permitted use. Fire stations are principally permitted use in this zone. As with other permitted uses, no additional environmental studies are required when there's no evidence that that the project would create any impacts, and there was no evidence in staff's view that any extra impacts would be created by this project. And again, this project is allowed in this zone, and this site has employed this use historically. So the staff did not anticipate any different impacts than the use has previously created.
I see. So I do understand that the fire station is a permitted use, but again, the staff report states that the determination was made that there's no impact on traffic. So my focus is on traffic and also noise. And the situation has changed dramatically. And I think that a reasonable person would have a question about how that, how the idea that there's no evidence can be arrived at if nobody looked for any evidence.
I will rely on staff to provide some additional feedback, but I would say that the use is not a typical traffic generating use. It's not a residential development. It's a fire station, but staff and, we have staff on hand here that can delve into that a little bit more if you'd like.
Yeah, I would say that the fire station is a disruptor to traffic. We have one 92 currently, and I actually was visiting with them on Saturday, and they do get complaints from people that don't understand why they have to be out all the time. They do have to be out all the time, but so I would respectfully posit that a fire station impacts traffic. It's intermittent. It's not constant like the way residential would be, but it is an impact. So, and I don't want to argue the point. I'm just curious that I'm just wanting to know. Somebody must have said, okay, there's no impact, there's no evidence of traffic, and I just was curious how hard they looked for evidence.
And I would just note for the record and for the commission that a CEQA traffic impact is measured in terms of vehicle miles traveled, and it is based on trip generation. And again, there wasn't any evidence in the record that this is a trip generating use.
Okay, so basically when they say there's no impact on traffic, what they're really talking about is VMT.
When you're talking about no CEQA impact on traffic, that's correct.
All right, thank you. And on noise, have you ever been standing next to a fire station when the truck comes out? And that's for Eric.
I can't remember like a specific instance, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. Let me just kind of dovetail on what both Miguel and Christy mentioned, and just in terms of staff's determination on this. And I also want to point out that ultimately it's the commission's decision on what the appropriate CEQA determination is. But from staff's perspective, and again, some of this is reiterating, but the traffic study in particular in staff's eyes was not required based on several factors. One, the fire station is a permitted use pursuant to the specific plan. Two, it is a replacement, admittedly somewhat larger footprint, but a replacement of one that was previously there. Not expected to generate the number of peak hour trips that would warrant a traffic study. Also the fact that Christy mentioned CEQA now analyzes VMT, which is vehicle miles traveled, as opposed to LOS, which is level of service. And then therefore, taking all those factors in consideration, staff determined that the infill exemption was the appropriate one to use. And that's 15332 from the guidelines.
All right, thank you. And
You
about the noise?
Well, again, it's an intermittent. You can't anticipate when a truck or an engine is going to go out, I think it might be appropriate to, during the public comment portion of the meeting, when the applicant presents, maybe to ask them, the fire district who's going to be operating the station, how they plan to do that logistically. I don't know what their protocol is, but that might help assuage some of the commission's concerns.
All right, thank you. We'll cover more in discussion and public comment.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Commissioner Brandt?
Would staff be able to elaborate on the downtown core specific zoning?
And what regard, Commissioner? What do you?
We're describing, gosh, I think I've heard it 5 times now, that fire station is a permitted use across this
The
section
downtown
of the
core?
land. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so the downtown cores, within the downtown specific plan, it is primarily a commercial zoning designation. However, it does allow for civic uses such as specifically called out fire stations.
Sorry. How does that differ from the 65-foot retail buffer from the street, from First Street?
So typically, commercial uses, the first 65 feet within a lot is has to be dedicated for retail uses only. So that would essentially not allow, for example, an office to have desks up front. You know, they would have to have retail. Then 65 feet further, they can have other permitted uses, but the first 65 feet are reserved for retail. However, the specific plan does exempt fire stations from the 65-foot requirement.
Understood. And would you say that it's fair to say that the fire station design extends all the way from First Street back to Diablo Way?
The building itself, no, it doesn't.
Well, the design that is before us today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would say so.
Now, in my confusion is along the list here as far as conditionally used uses. Now, when you move beyond that 65 feet of that retail zone, there's a couple of things that become conditional use permit required. Civic and cultural uses on ground floors outside of the 65-foot retail area, including cultural and entertainment facilities such as community theaters, performing arts centers, museums, yada, yada, yada. We get down to the bottom and it says fire and police stations. Now, I see that as interesting because the former footprint, and I don't want to elaborate on this too much, the former footprint was assigned to a very specific, mention. I believe the width of the building is only like 48 feet, something like that, maybe 50 feet. In this case, though, the extent of the entire design extends all the way to Diablo Way, which to me is supportive of a fire station. So I'm confused as to why why we're declaring it permitted when there's clearly some ambiguity as far as the implementation of a fire station by right versus via conditional use permit. So I don't know if we thought about that at all, but that's how I interpret this document.
Yeah, I don't think that was that line of thinking wasn't considered in that sense. No.
But is it fair to say though that it's pretty black and white there? In addition, the same thing with permitted uses on upper floors only. There's no reference to any type of fire station or civic use, I believe. It's all about lodging and exercise clubs and offices and stuff like that. It's pretty. This is bang, bang, page 72, page 73 of the downtown specific plan. I think that's, at least amongst this commission, is worth a discussion for sure. But I didn't know if staff had any thoughts on that as far as my interpretation.
Well, like I said, didn't interpret it that way or didn't view it this way.
That's how I view it personally, based on my observation, but I'm open to the commission's discussion further regarding that. Other than that, I can go into some more later, but yeah, that was the bulk of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson.
Before I get started, I just wanted to acknowledge that I was asked to meet with by the Contra Costa Fire as well as the veterans to meet with them to discuss this, and I met with both of them in full transparency. Did not commit to anything with either group, but I did meet with them and allowed them to tell me what they thought about the project. I do have one question for staff. The CEQA exemption, can you just give me a little bit more elaboration about how that was determined that it was, that it could be avoided, that we could exempt it? And can you just give me a little bit of feedback on that?
Essentially, in our view, it met the requirements for that exemption, which it has to be completely surrounded by urban uses, has to be less than 5 acres, and can't create any of the nuisances that we had spoke about earlier, which is going to be traffic, noise, and greenhouse emissions.
And the size of the building and the utilities or those type of things, is that relevant to the CEQA exemption?
The utilities portion comes into play if the site can be accommodated by existing utilities, which it can.
Okay. That's my questions for right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Well, I think we'll go into discussion later, but just the FYI, I'm looking at something that seems very subjective to me. I'm looking at the CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15332, and as you move down this paragraph, it goes into proposed on the project site less than 5 acres in size, has no value as habitat for endangered species, would not result in significant effects relating to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality, can be adequately served by all utilities and public services. You put that word significant, and I guess we can hold this for discussion, but just an FYI to staff, who is making these decisions on what is significant and what is not? That is a very subjective word. And unless you can show me a report, unless you can show me a report or an analysis that shows the commission that a report was pulled for air quality, for water quality, for traffic and noise, and I hear someone saying it's exempt, but I also hear would not result in significant effects. And in order for you to make those types of determinations, you've got to show me or the commission that you've done an analysis to back that up. So I will ask staff if you did an analysis, and if you didn't do an analysis, we can push this over to discussion, and we can go from there with the discussion. Was an analysis done with any of these? Traffic, noise, air quality, water quality? Was there an analysis that was done?
No, Commissioner Chairperson Roberts,
Okay.
not in that sense, no.
Okay. Not a problem. What we can do is I'm going to hold my comments because there's a lot that I want to talk about, but this is not the time to do it. I'll open it up to the public hearing, and then when the commission gets into a discussion, we will have a discussion on this matter. So at this point in time, I would like to open it up for public comment.
Chairperson Roberts, would you like to ask the applicant if they would like to speak?
Yes, the applicant, if you would be kind enough to come forward, speak on this would be great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Miguel. And I am Michael Ross, Principal Architect at DLR Group. I am the architect of record for the project. Attending this evening also is Contra Costa County Fire District Deputy Chief Aaron McAllister and Assistant Fire Chief Tracy Dutter. Also here are representatives from Overa Construction, the general contractor, Construction Manager Kitchell, and our landscape architect Don McNair, should you have questions for them later. This presentation provides you a brief overview of the proposed fire station design. It does not really speak to land use or to CEQA, so we're going to focus on architecture and consistency with the design of your downtown core. Well, the project is a new two-story, single company, two-bay fire station of approximately 8,100 square feet, located on a 13,427 square foot lot. Based on our understanding and review of the staff report, it complies with all City of Brentwood downtown core zoning requirements. The site is a flag-shaped lot located at 739 First Street, approximately a block from the City Hall Civic Center area. It is located adjacent to the Veterans Building and a neighboring commercial building. It's a long-established fire station. It's been in a historic use in the downtown area for almost 100 years. It's provided uninterrupted emergency services from the site beginning in 1929 through 2014. The prior fire station was removed in early 2023. You can see up on the screen on toward the right, it was really expressing itself more like a single-story wood-framed building with a number of garage doors, more so than a fire station or a civic building. And the community context is really ideal, I believe, for this fire station. Why? Because this is going to become a part of your dynamic, pedestrian-friendly downtown development area. And your downtown-specific plan has done a great job guiding development, and we believe this is going to be a good contributor to the vibrant downtown area. We believe it is of scale. It's a two-story building, not unlike many of the neighboring buildings up and down the block. It will add to the vitality of the neighborhood, reinforce the patterns of development, and further animate street life in the area. The site was designed to accommodate the specialized requirements of a fire station. The site, to your comment, Mr. Commissioner, the site spans street to street, allowing for drive-through apparatus bays with direct fire apparatus access to First Street via Diablo Way. This is called a drive-through app bay. This is ideal. It does not require fire apparatus to back into the station and potentially block traffic on First Street if it wasn't drive-through app bays. Pedestrian access is going to be from First Street. Staff access is from Diablo Way. And the site is organized into two primary elements. The fire station facing First Street and an operational yard fronting Diablo Way. The operational yard is a key component of any functioning fire station, and it would show up in any design that you have throughout the county or the city. This is a vehicle-intensive area, including staff parking, fire apparatus staging, fueling, emergency generator, and utility connections. It's integral and interlaced with the building. And so there's an outdoor component and an indoor component to fire stations. As you know, fire stations in a way are live work, where there's dormitories and living space upstairs and active fire suppression preparation and fire apparatus downstairs. but in reality, it's work because all the people stationed upstairs are waiting to serve you. We've also have prepared a turn radius study where we utilize computer modeling to test the fire apparatus paths of travel and turn radius requirements of the apparatus. The fire apparatus will not conflict with the existing traffic patterns on either street or the diagonal parking across the street on First Street. We have developed a comprehensive landscape plan. The landscape design is characterized by 3 primary elements: street side landscaping and street trees, landscape retention basins, which occur in 3 locations, in the front and at the rear of the station, and decorative landscape and roof deck planters. The ambitions for the landscape design include, and the plant types that are specified, be aesthetic and practical, providing an attractive infill to the downtown core, be low water use and low maintenance, and include an area for a kitchen garden for firehouse personnel on the roof deck, and demonstrate year-round seasonal interest. Don McNair, our landscape architect, is here to respond to any questions should you have them after my presentation. So the design precedents that we used for this building was inspired by other Main Street America brick fire stations. And these examples that you see here were inspirations for this station. There's a sense of permanence, gravitas, timeless materials that you see here that we're bringing forward for your fire station. This is a view from First Street. The building has 3 primary forms and heights, each corresponding to the program activity within. The taller element houses the fire apparatus bays and the day room above. The residential wing to the right steps down 2 feet in height, and that includes the dormitories, sleep rooms, and office. And then off to the left, the fire apparatus bay support spaces express themselves as a single-story element with an exterior roof deck. The material palette facing First Street was chosen to be timeless, tasteful, and durable. It's real materials. It's full brick, precast concrete cornices, aluminum, glass, and painted accents with red fire engine, red app bay doors. Any expansion joints or drift joints that will be required for it will be painted to match the surrounding finishes wherever they occur. And we have a sample of the brick and precast concrete finishes should you be interested. We have them here in a box. So the architecture wraps around on the Diablo Way side too, and when we do that, we're proposing to change the material palette somewhat. The Diablo Way facade utilizes similar but different materials, and these are: the exterior wall surface will be exterior stucco finish, painted to match the brick color. The cornice system will be a drive-it contoured shape to match the precast concrete cornices on First Street, with a stucco finish colored to match the front concrete cornices. The windows and all other aspects of the trim and colors will match that along the front. We've provided samples and specifications for all of the materials in your packet and in this presentation, but basically the materials are utilizing themselves as the finish with integral color and brick finish, metal finish. So it's going to be really low maintenance, durable, timeless materials. This is a view from Diablo Way, looking towards the rear of the station with roll-up app bay doors. There is a galvanized service stair leading up from the utility yard to the rooftop deck serving the day room. This is the view from First Street. It's basically has a step.
The speaker's time has expired.
All rooftop equipment is screened. Public right. So this concludes.
Through the chair, do you want to give the applicant some more time to finish his thought? He kind of got cut off midway.
Yeah, I'm okay with that if the commission's okay. Not too much longer, but that's fine with me. Sure.
I'm fine.
I'm okay.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I think this slide is very important. There's a very tall parapet system that wraps around the building, and we're taking special care to locate the rooftop equipment behind it so it is not visible. And we did this through 3D modeling, where we know exactly where it is and then viewed it from the street and are confident that you will not see it. To give you a sense of scale, the parapet on the main building element, which is that over the app bay doors facing First Street, is 6 feet high. So that's the type of thought that's being brought to even the design and the visual screening of the mechanical systems. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, well, thank you so very much. Appreciate it.
It was my pleasure.
And we will, yes, of course. At this time, does the commission have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Floyd?
Yes, thank you, Chair Roberts. I'm looking at this, the fire station that we have in front of us, and I was given to understand that fire stations need to expand sometimes when demand gets higher. And you have a 4,000 square foot footprint here, and at that, you seem to be going from edge to edge on the property, and actually the property was expanded just to accommodate this. Does this location give you the best opportunity to create expansions off of this building? Being the architect, I'm sure you've envisioned if the building needed expanded, which way it would go.
Well, I actually think it would be difficult to expand this building on the site. And this is a single company, 2-engine station that is, and there's many of them like that in fire districts. It's a typical size. We're designing maybe 7 fire stations right now. They vary in size for single company stations between 7,500 and 9,000 square feet. And so this basically is appropriately sized for this type of service.
And was it absolutely necessary to expand the lot? Can you show us maybe on the graphics where you needed to add a little space?
Side, there is a support space that the vehicles need for shop space and things like that. And then there is a new element that is now associated with all modern fire stations, is that providing decontamination space for firefighters when they return, that requires them to be able to doff their turnout gear, clean it, and not bring any contamination into the living quarters of the fire station. And so that requires space for that type of function. It is basically a requirement of the job now. It's a requirement of the architecture to accommodate that. And then the other requirement to be a firefighter is to be physically fit. And so there's a fitness room on the ground floor. And that is also utilized most of the ground floor. And then when you go up on the second floor, it's the day room and sleep rooms, the station office. This is a very efficient, well thought out design that I think addresses virtually every function necessary for a modern fire station.
So it was just absolutely necessary. And how big was the expansion on the lot again? Was it 7, 8 feet?
I can't speak to that specifically. That happened before I arrived on the scene, that move. But I know that Chief McAllister could probably speak to that. He has a better history of that.
Okay, so it wasn't because of the architectural design, because you had not made the design at that point in time.
Correct.
Oh, perfect. All right, I'm sorry for asking then. And
Valid question, no problem.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Brandt?
Thank you for throwing up the turning study. I had a couple questions with regards to that. At least from my observation, and I learned a lot about fire trucks in the last week or so. So apologize if I'm speaking incorrectly. So it seems like Confire uses a lot of Type 1 engines throughout the county. And by my observation, just my own, is that the velocity chassis, the Pierce velocity chassis Type 1, is that, I don't know, maybe the fire audience is qualified to answer that question.
Yeah, I think we have experts in the room relative to the fire apparatus. But what we did do, just for your own sake, relative to the turn radius study, is we're designing this building utilizing Revit, which is a 3D, very sophisticated drafting program where you build a model. Well, we built models of the existing fire apparatus also and inserted them into this computer animation program that is made specifically for testing the turn radius of fire apparatus because we use it all the time. It passed easily, and so there's not going to be any conflict between that.
Thank you. Aaron McAllister, Deputy Chief. Your question about apparatus?
Yeah, just my observation was that like the primary engine or apparatus, excuse me, for a facility of this nature would be like a Pierce Type 1 velocity. What is it called? Sorry, maybe you know better than I do.
Yeah, just a couple real basics real quick. So our typical bread and butter everyday response vehicle is a Type 1 engine. We do utilize Pierce. That's a brand of apparatus, and Velocity is the model. And that is our chassis. We've been purchasing those apparatus for about 10 years, and you'll find them throughout the jurisdiction. That we use to respond to medical emergencies, vehicle accidents, hazardous materials calls, structural fires, even some wildland fires. The second unit that's going to be stationed at this location is a Type 3 wildland apparatus made specifically for fighting wildland fires. There's been a little bit of discussion about engines and trucks. So your engines is your everyday fire engine, and your truck is your ladder truck. And Confire uses a tiller model, also made by Pierce, with the driver in the back. We have no intentions of locating a ladder truck at this location, but it's important to recognize that our engines, our ladders, and our wildland engines have to respond to downtown calls today. They are in downtown, navigating downtown. They're all over downtown responding to emergencies under present conditions, whether this station is in this location or not.
Understood. Thank you for the clarification. I tried to get comparable data studies and such. I observed that the city of Napa had a couple purchases in 2014, similar model. Their 90-degree turn angle was approximately, 40.3 feet in terms of going from a straight position to a left or a right. And even going on the GIS, I found that the length from the curb to the, we'll call it the outside edge of those parking spaces across the street was about 41 feet. Now, it makes me a little bit hesitant if I was going to park in front of that because that gives me about 6 inches before. That's why I'm asking a bit more because, it's not like a ladder truck that has like a passive rear wheel steering system to get it around, huge bends and such. But I don't know enough about the intricacies to be able to tell the difference between a study done on a similar rig compared to the 3D modeling. It seems like a practical method might be more effective, but I can appreciate modeling for at least getting us 85% of the way there. I don't know if you have any comments about my observations, at least.
I think you would actually start that turn before you've completely cleared the sidewalk, if you will, before you're well out into the middle of the street.
Okay, yeah, because the curb length, you know, you could go right hand down, left hand down as soon as you go out and then turn and potentially, okay. It seems very close to me based off of how, you know, to retain those parking spaces, not pulling any more away. Just, it seems a little close for me personally in comparing some of the data, and I do appreciate the study that you all did. The same goes for the entrance onto Diablo Way. I noticed the same thing. It's very close. If I'm comparing to some of these other studies that I've looked at. And so I can appreciate the, you know, heightened driving skill for someone who has to operate a machine of such capacity, but it seems close for me from where I'm sitting here. So I just want to make sure the commission and the public is aware of that. Thank you.
I'll just add that we navigate many downtown environments, have fire stations in downtown environments. We're very used to and comfortable doing that. You asked a question, Commissioner, about, there was something I wanted to address. I'm sorry. I'll come back to it. Pardon me.
Chair Roberts, I think.
Chair Roberts, may I?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Can I have Chief McAllister come back up just to... How many calls do you get a day on average? Like, how many calls would you expect to get a day at this location?
We anticipate this location to run between 6 and 8 calls a day.
Okay. And then how do you determine, you know, like turn radius? Like when you were determining to, you know, put that state, how do you determine whether your trucks, the two different types of trucks, can make it out safely without hitting cars, or how do you determine that?
Well, we did the computer modeling, but we do get the information that has also been computer modeled from the manufacturer that gives us that turn radius data. And so we gather that information from the manufacturer, provide it to the architect who does the computer modeling for the entire block around the station.
And when you did this, it passed, you know, you had enough clearance, I'm assuming, to make these turns.
We did.
Do you know how much space you had additional? Do you know, or you know it passed?
We did the computer modeling. We don't anticipate any issues.
One more question. There's a dip on the road coming out. Oh, do your trucks have any problems going through in these dips that occur?
No, we would, again, deal with those dips, whether or not this station was in that location. We have to respond to downtown calls throughout your community every day, and our apparatus has no problem navigating the downtown environment.
What about the width of Diablo? Do you think you have enough room to make turns into there as well?
We do, and that was one of the reasons, and this was Commissioner Brand's question, why the lot needed to be expanded in order to add the drive-through capability. Without it, we would have been extremely tight in the back. Adding the drive-through capability allows us to not have to back into that station every time they return from a call, results in a much safer environment for the public.
Okay, so adding the space made it safer for the public? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have right now.
Thank you.
Okay, so I appreciate the information. I wish that we'd had it in our packet, because for me, and I think the rest of the commissioners, going along with your computerized generated report, which might be used for all fire stations, this being something in front of the commissioners who are trying to make sure that safety is in fact invoked, but more importantly, that there is clearance. And there was a very smart question that was asked, unfortunately not answered, as it relates to how much space after making a right or left turn was left. And so this is something that we probably needed to have in the packet, because there are cars that are parked. There could be trucks, SUVs. We have no idea. It's not marked across the street what in fact can be parked there. And we certainly wouldn't want to have any barriers in the event of an emergency and a fire truck coming out needing to go right or left. So for that, I'm just making that statement that you had communicated that it was safe and that it passed the test. But we don't have any documentation that supports how that test was passed. And it wasn't put in the packet. I do appreciate your report. And it's not a question, it's just an observation based on what has already been said. And so for that, I will thank you and open it up to public speakers. Public speakers have 5 minutes. The chairperson may impose 3-minute limit on speaking time if there's a lot of speakers. I see that there are, but I'm not going to push down time. Everyone is given 5 minutes to speak. I see the city has received 4 public comments regarding this item that were sent via email for our consideration, and copies of these comments would have been made available on the city's website on the meeting information page. So with that, I'd like to open it up for public comments.
Through the
Take a
chair,
break
or
before-
oops, go ahead.
Can we take a 5-minute break before public comment?
Oh, absolutely. Commissioners, you okay with that?
No problem.
No problem.
Very good. Then we will reconvene at 8:20. Okay, we can go ahead and get
If we can
started.
have, excuse me, everyone, if we can have everybody take a
Commissioner
seat.
Floor is
Still
not back
waiting
yet.
on Commissioner Floor.
Commissioner Floor is not back yet.
Oh, okay.
If we can have everyone in the chambers, please take a seat.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you. At this time, I would like to open it up to public comments.
Through the chair,
I've already, yes.
through the chair, we have a bunch of public speaker cards. We'll start first with Danny Dorman, followed by Bill.
Oh, I know I'm burning time. It's okay. I was going to do my usual snarky thing, but I don't know if you'll be able to have these questions answered by staff or the esteemed members who are trying to convince us to fit a round peg in a square hole. But here's what has not been said or been dodged, all right? If the turn's too tight, the easiest resolution is to not have any parking there. Not any parking for deliveries, not any parking to enjoy any type of nightlife. I think I heard that, and I give them great credit. I'm sure that the fire crews, the drivers, they practice day in, day out. And I am not going to tarnish what they're able to do. But physics. I had to make sure before I got up here to ramble. For every inch of a variance, you have to multiply by 2 to make the proper adjustment on a turn. For example, if the driver comes out and they turn 1 foot later than they should have, they have to make it up by 2 feet on that turn. They miss it by 2 feet, they have to make it up by 4 feet. Now, I'm not looking at any drawings right now, but it's a real safe bet that parking, not only parking will be a problem, the doggone sidewalk will be a problem. Now, again, I'm sure these guys practice all the time. But, here's 2 feet, give or take. And let's see, fire truck. Here, more or less. That is a pretty small margin, particularly since we have 355 Sand Creek, which avoids all of this stuff. We were told they get 6 or 8 calls a day. All right, that's cool. How many of them are actually downtown? As opposed to our new developments, our fire-prone areas, our poor people who are in head-on collisions on Sellers or on Highway 4. they have to navigate through all kinds of stuff. And that's before you even put parades and farmers market and regular old activities. This is what we have to, don't let me be clear. You have to move this stuff. When we have parades, we have to adjust the farmers market. That's just a simple fact. And the problem with 6-8 calls a day is, unfortunately, you don't know what time those calls are coming in. So the only way to accommodate it is to have egress 24/7, 365. That building, oh, that's what I forgot to. Commissioner Floor asked, well, what happens if you have to expand? Well, that's how you expand. You take Veterans Hall. Oh, what can we do? We have to grow. We have to expand. Oh, hey, we already took the land. We already reclaimed this part of the property. Now you have it in here. Now you have no choice. You're going to grow. Brentwood grows. So yeah, bye-bye Veterans Hall. When we have 355 Sand Creek, please, please, please drill in the staff, find out where their information came from.
Our next speaker is Bill, followed by Jean Lopez.
Hello, thank you for listening to my big mouth. But anyway, reason why I'm here, I want to point something out to the fire department, the architect. That building's I've been there for 30 years. I watched a lot of change. Now, when I first joined the organization, the county told us that the land we got is the land we got. What the fire department's got, that's what they got. Okay, cut through the chase. All of a sudden, 3 years ago, we're putting a new fire department in. We got to take this away from you. We got to take that away from you. And someone's looked at each other and says, wait a minute. We were told via history that this was veterans' property, including the dirt and the building. I never heard anybody here say anything about the dirt. You. No disrespect. And what the councilwoman told us, that we're taking this away, you got to do this, do that. Then all of a sudden she pulled a rabbit out of her purse and said, well, do you got a permit for this? You got a permit for that? And it's like, we dealt with the county, well, I was down there for 30 years, not 30 years, at least 25 years. When the fire department closed down in the early 2000, I used to know a lot of those guys there. And we asked them, what's going to become of this property and all that stuff? And they said they don't know. They said, well, they might make a new fire department somewhere else. Okay, cool. Well, it turns out they're not going to make a fire department somewhere else, and they're going to put it here, but they need some of the land we use. Now, if you look through the history of that building, it was used in the 40s as a courthouse for the city because the city was small, and various other things, roller skating rink, and that and this. But the bottom line dollar is, you guys can't take our stuff away like that because we do use it. We use every square inch. Okay, if we have to compromise, let's compromise. I looked at that building, I'm going, why did they, to the right, towards our building, why do they have to have all that stuff there? They don't really need it because all they need is an upstairs, downstairs, which sounds like they got plenty of room, but no, they want to have whatever they're going to do. And I'm not trying to take anything from our firefighters, not at all. This is not about the firefighters, period. It's about how the county decided to, we'll just take this property from the vets because they don't have nothing on it. So my thing is, you guys got to think a little bit more about your veterans, because this is one of the biggest veterans halls in the neighborhood. They closed the one down in Bethel Island years ago. They closed down Antioch, and They're overflowing towards us, and we're pretty busy. We got 5 organizations down there now. When I first joined, it was only 2. Then we got 3 other ones. And yes, the building's being used, the property's being used. And then where's the parking gonna go? What are they gonna do when we rent the hall out and they have 200 people in the hall? How are these guys gonna sleep with a quinceañera going on when they're blaring their music? If they're sleeping on the side close to the hall, they're gonna be complaining. And then we're gonna get the brunt of it. Then all of a sudden, there's gonna be new rules thrown out there. No disrespect, but once again, I look at it like this. Build your fire department, but don't make it so big and leave our land alone. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Thank you.
Jean Lopez, followed by Roger Coxedge.
Good afternoon. My name is Gene Lopez, and I've grown up in Brentwood all my life. I've been through school and everything else. And the only time I left Brentwood was for 2 reasons. One is when I joined the Marine Corps during the Vietnam War, and 2, when I was recalled back for the Desert Storm. Other than that, I've been here in Brentwood all my life. I also have been in the fire department. I started in 1973. And I got out in 1990. And we had 4, like they showed it up there, we had the 2 engines and 2 power wagons. One of the power wagons was our rescue rig that we used. And that's the one that I started because at that time we didn't have no medical. And I started the rescue squad for the fire department. And that's what we always responded. We never had any time. But growing up in Brentwood, there was nothing in Brentwood other than at every corner there's either a gas station or there was a bar. And that was basically it. And a couple of stores. And around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, everything died out. Everything closed. And when I got back from Vietnam and I got into the fire department, the city was just starting to grow. And so then we, we just went along with it, made our calls, and had no problems. A lot of our problems were mostly down on Vasco Road, Sunset Road, and stuff like this. And now, after I got back from the Desert Storm, Brentwood took off. And it's growing really fast and everything else. Now, at 4 o'clock, Brentwood is coming alive. Every corner has stores, has you name it, it has everything out there. The sidewalks have people out in the sitting, eating in the sidewalks. We can't find any parking. If you want to go to one of these restaurants and stuff, you have to park 2 or 3 blocks away and walk to these places because there's no parking. And with the fire department, it was okay at that time to serve the city that we had at that time. And then when you shut it down, you waited 15 years to make up your mind that you wanted now to open it. Now you open it, and it's too late. The streets are jammed with people, cars, and all kinds of businesses until around 10, 11 o'clock at night. And they said, well, the reason that we're building it back is because there used to be a fire station there. Well, Brentwood Police Department was in City Hall when I was a little kid. Then they moved them down to Chestnut, then to the other side of Chestnut at a portable. And then they got this beautiful building out there, and that's perfect for them out there. They don't have to worry about anything else. They can grow as big as they want. Why don't you do that for the fire station here? Because it's outdated, and it's not a spot for it anymore. Those days are gone. Thank you.
Roger Coxedge, followed by Michael Gilmore.
Good evening, excellent Planning Commission. For the folks who are new here, congratulations. For the veteran commissioners, thank you. And for Chairperson Anita Roberts, good evening and welcome. I can see you. Outstanding. I want to thank the city staff for their hard work here tonight. I especially want to thank April Drummond for her hard work and patience. I know dealing with me is not the easiest thing in the world, and I want to thank her. Tonight, I would like to bring something up which oftentimes is overlooked while dealing with these issues, and that's the Americans with Disabilities Act. There's a reason why Contra Costa County is pushing to grandfather everything in on these plans. And that's because they know that if they can, quote, grandfather everything in, they can try and escape the 1990 American with Disabilities Act. Since 1990, when the Americans with Disabilities Act came into law, federal law, the Contra Costa County has failed, deliberately failed to meet American with Disabilities Act requirements for disabled parking on its own property. Its own property includes that of the veterans building site. And as the new proposed fire station encroaches onto the existing veteran site, it means that there'll be less room for them to build the required amount of ADA parking. And they know that if they can go ahead and grandfather in illegally, then they won't be required to, which means if they're exempt from one portion, they're exempt from the next. This is a deliberate ploy on their behalf. It's extremely Machiavellian. You see, with the new build, the fire station will have one disabled parking out of their lot, which is fine. However, it'll be inside their own internal corral. It won't be accessible for anybody else, which is fine. It's their portion. But they're deliberately taking land away from veterans' use. The Veterans Hall is not like a standard public building, which goes on to the standard ADA parking chart. The Veterans Building is not a hospital that requires 10%. It's more like a rehabilitation center, which requires up to 20 to 30%. And the reason being is that even though Contra Costa County has failed to do the appropriate Americans with Disability Act studies thus required, because they think that everything is exempt, but it is not, they'll find that the users of the Veterans Hall, more than 50% have some kind of certified disability. It is the role of the Planning Commission to ensure that anything passed by the Planning Commission has completed all of its required studies, federal, state, and local, whether it's county local or city local. It is a desire of the Contra Costa County to escape all studies and escape all responsibilities. If they get their way and claim this land and claim it without any ADA studies, they know that they are now exempt for any ADA that they need to do on the other side, because they say, quote, they own the land and the land has been exempted. I want to thank this council for their wise consideration. Thank you.
Michael Gilmore, followed by Paul Radliff.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Michael Gilmore. I am not a Contra Costa County citizen. I am an Alameda County citizen, but I am the commander of District 10 of the Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States Department of California, and I am here to help my brother veterans fight for their corner. But that's not what I'm going to talk about. I heard all you commissioners discuss a lot of safety concerns. And sitting back there, I'm thinking of these safety concerns, and it brings to mind so many safety concerns on this building. My biggest question, was a study done regarding this the best location for a fire station? Brentwood's growing. I remember coming out here in the 80s with my father, picking peaches on the tree right across the street from where this building used to be probably. But this city's growing, and it's going to continue to grow. You just got a brand new Costco. I ain't gonna go there. No way. I'm gonna wait till it's old. But you're growing. And this fire station, it's a beautiful fire station. I love the rendering. It is awesome. And downtown Livermore has an old fire station. But when that fire station became too small to be used, they didn't tear it down. They made it into a restaurant. And I can see this fire station being 20 years from now, the city's growing too big and this fire station being too small. God darn it, you guys got a beautiful restaurant downtown. I mean, that upstairs apparatus, beautiful bar. I can see it now, but you know, let's talk about today. Safety. What about the pedestrians walking on the street? Turn radius, it's tight. You all know it's tight down there, but what happens if a pedestrian's in the way? What happens if there's a deaf pedestrian down there that doesn't hear the noise? What happens if a fire truck accidentally bumps into a car parked across the street and that car jumps the curb and hits a pedestrian? Now you can say, okay, only small vehicles are going to park across the street, but come on, how many people obey that law? I see it constantly. Compact cars only, and you got some dually pickup truck parked there. It's gonna happen. Delivery trucks, double parking. It's gonna happen in front of a fire station because people are stupid. They are, I'm sorry, but there's a lot of stupid drivers out there. And the more I see parking in downtown Livermore, which is very congested, the more I see stupid people parking. And again, pedestrians walking in the way. Commissioner, you said something about significant earlier. The word significant in this verbiage here as far as the review of the fire station. Affects to traffic, noise, and air quality. Yeah, I see maybe not a significant impact in that, but I definitely see an impact related to traffic noise. And what about the 5 acre in size has no value as habitat for endangered species? What is an endangered species? The 3-legged frog, the legless lizard, or a dormant cactus plant? Those are all considered endangered species, but what about the American veteran? During World War II, 9% of our population in America served in the military. Today, less than 1% of the American population serves in the military. There are 340 million Americans today, and less than 1% of those Americans serve in the military. They deserve their spot. They went overseas, they served here in the United States, but they fought for the freedom of this nation, and they should not have to continue to fight when they come back home to maintain an old wooden building that they call their Veterans Memorial Building. It's a memorial building to the veterans that are here today and the veterans that have gone before us. Think about this, commissioners. I sit on the Veterans Affairs Commission for Alameda County. Unfortunately, Contra Costa County does not have such a commission, but if this plan came in front of me as a commissioner, I would definitely take a safety look at this and think, where else better in the city could I put this? Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your consideration and this, looking after the safety of the citizens.
We have Paul, 1 second. We have 1 second, sir. We have Paul Radliff, followed by Daniel Duran. Go ahead, sir.
Commissioners and city staff, I have two topics I want to cover, so I'm going to get into it. Supervisor Diane Burgess and the Contra Costa Fire Department have repeatedly claimed that the intended location for Fire Station 94 has always been downtown Brentwood. However, documents uncovered during our research contradict this assertion. The 2005 Barrington Project Final Environmental Impact Report clearly indicates that the replacement for the original downtown fire station, Fire Station 54, was intended for the corner of Sand Creek Road and Laurel Creek Way. This site was specifically prepared for a fire station, including a median opening on Sand Creek and pre-installed warning lights. The Barrington Project references a March 21st, 2005 report by Loving and Campos Architects titled Preliminary Site Evaluation Fire Station 54 Relocation, Brentwood, California, which further supports that this site was the intended location. In 2005, veterans first became aware of discussions regarding the potential closure of the original downtown fire station. At that time, concerns were raised about preserving the property specifically dedicated for veterans' use. Additionally, as recently as 2017, Brentwood's own downtown specific plan designated the former fire station site as suitable for a restaurant, gallery, or retail shop, further indicating that a fire station was not always intended for future use. In the first week of March, veterans formally requested a copy of the Loving and Campos Architects report from the county. To this date, we have not received this report. The county should delay any further decisions regarding this issue until the report is released, ensuring transparency and accountability. As taxpayers and residents, we deserve clarity on why the location was specifically and explicitly prepared for a fire station and has been overlooked while land historically dedicated for veterans' use is being targeted instead. My second topic. Today, I contacted the traffic engineer from the city of Brentwood. Thank you. Regarding concerns about Diablo Way, the alley behind the proposed fire station. My concern arose because in the past, a fire truck broke through the asphalt surface on Diablo Way, damaging a water line. The city engineer informed me that Diablo Way was repaired in 2021 and rebuilt according to Caltrans Level 5 road standards. When I asked specifically what that meant, particularly what gross vehicle weight this level of road supports, the engineer could not provide the definitive answer, only stated that the work had been signed off. When I requested the actual report detailing the roads, she said that she would talk to and consult her manager and get back to me on that. Due to this lack of clarity, I reached out to a Caltrans engineer who I've worked with periodically over the last 15 years. I'm in the construction industry myself. I do infrastructure for national home builders. He explained to me that a Caltrans Level 5 road is designed to handle vehicles with a maximum weight of approximately 20,000 pounds. When I mentioned the fire trucks planned for the station, he confirmed for me that while fire trucks in California were exempt from this gross vehicle weight restrictions, repeatedly using vehicles that exceed the road's gross vehicle weight will eventually cause significant damage to the roadway. To give you context, a typical Type 1 fire truck with water, equipment, men, and everything is right around 42,500 pounds. Math is pretty simple. A Type 3 fire truck is in excess of 26,000 pounds, both of which exceed that roadway. And given they're speaking that it's going to be used 6 to 8 times a day, that's a lot of road use. The Caltrans further explained that to properly upgrade an older road to level 5, the entire asphalt area must be removed. The road base must be determined by a geoengineer that it is the proper depth, which for a Type 5 is 8 inches of AB road base, and then it needs a 4-inch lift of asphalt. But in order for that to happen, it needs to be inspected by a geoengineer, not only for the depth of the base, but for compaction as well. Okay? My personal concern is that I've been involved for many, many years with this haul, and I have not seen personally through the COVID years of 2021 and completion of 2022, where that road had been fully removed, the asphalt and removed all the way down to expose the base itself. The challenge I have with that is that I don't remember seeing it yet. I've been told that it's been done. And I'm at that haul 2 to 3 times a week. So I would really like to get into the bottom of that and make sure, because everything about this discrepancy highlights exactly why a CEQA review is essential. It's fair and it's equitable, not only for the city, but for the residents and the taxpayers here as well. Thank you. And by the way, Commissioner Floor, to answer your question, a typical siren on a fire engine is between 100 and 120 decibels, which is the same noise level as a jet engine at takeoff. Thank you for your time.
Daniel Duran, followed by Susanna Thompson.
Good evening. I also have 2 issues I want to talk about. My name is Daniel Duran. I am the commander of American Legion Post 202 here in Brentwood, and I'm also the president of the Brentwood Memorial Veterans Building. And at this point, I'd like to talk to you about the Brentwood Memorial Veterans Building. A lack of oversight, a loss for veterans and communities. Brentwood Planning Department has completely failed to provide any meaningful oversight on Fire Station 94. Instead, it has allowed the fire district and Supervisor Burgess to steamroll this project through without accountability, disregarding the significant impacts on the surrounding areas and its longtime neighbors, the veterans. As direct neighbors of this massive project, we will bear the brunt of the construction noise, disruptions, loss of parking, but the impact doesn't end when the construction is finished. The financial cost to veterans. The Brentwood Veterans Memorial Building has long been a place where veterans and community come together for memorial services, weddings, quinceañeras, and other important gatherings. But let's be real. Who wants to hold an event next door to a fire station where emergency vehicles are constantly rolling in and out with sirens blaring? This isn't just an inconvenience, it's a direct loss of revenue for the Veterans Hall. Events will be canceled or relocated, rentals will drop, fewer people will want to use the space. Meanwhile, the county is not covering essential costs for the Brentwood Veterans Memorial Building like PG&E, water, and internet, all of which have been funded through the very events that now will be disrupted by this project. The station doesn't belong downtown. We were told that the emergency response from this station will be infrequent and non-impactful. Then why are they putting it in the middle of downtown? The reality is it will absolutely impact downtown events, businesses, and traffic patterns, all while taking land that legally belongs to me. I am a veteran and proud of it. The project isn't about providing the best fire protection. It's about pushing through a poorly planned, politically motivated project at the expense of veterans, residents, and business owners. We will not stand by while the county continues to strip land and resources from veterans to salve its long-standing fire protection failures in East County. If the planning department won't do its job in scrutinizing this project, then we will. As a resident of Brentwood, I like to bring up the fact about the turning radiuses of the trucks. The fire department has not allowed a vehicle to come down First Street and make a left or a right on Oak. They can't. And every time One of us has been on the street with our phones ready. When the vehicles pass down the street, they continue straight. They won't make that turn because they can't. And I can tell you this. 2 months ago, my adjutant and I left the front of the Brentwood Memorial Veterans Building. We went down First Street to Oak, make a left to the community center. School was letting out. We didn't have the luxury of a siren, but with school letting out, there's no place for traffic to go. And if you've been down there, you know that's the truth. It took 4.5 minutes to go 3 blocks. So that means that if you had a heart attack, you're dead. That's the bottom line. It's in the wrong place, gentlemen and ma'am. Thank you.
Susanna Thompson, followed by Travis Martin.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Susanna Thompson. I've lived in Brentwood for over 20 years. I'm the proud granddaughter, daughter, and sister of veterans. My grandfather was a Marine. He fought in the Battle of Guadalcanal. 40 was an old man to be fighting in the jungle. My father, like so many of his generation, lied about his age and enlisted after Pearl Harbor. He served in the Pacific Theater on a destroyer. My brother was the commander of a tank battalion in West Germany at the end of the Cold War. I never served, but I studied military history at Cal. My area of focus was 20th century land warfare. I wrote my thesis on in-field methods for reducing PTSD in combat veterans. To the veterans here, I say thank you for your sacrifices, for your valor, for the things that you carry, and for protecting us and our rights. And for those who didn't hear it when you should have, I say welcome home.
Thank you. Thank you.
In addition to being the proud descendant of veterans, I'm also proud to serve as a fire commissioner for the Contra Costa Fire Protection District. I didn't seek fire out, it sought me out on the night of July 8th, 2017 at about 1:30 in the morning. A middle of the night arson fire, one of 3 it turned out. When I called 911, the dispatcher said, at this time, there are multiple incidents and there is no apparatus available. A 1/4 mile long line of fire coming towards my home, and no one was coming. That's where we were in Brentwood in 2017. There have been a lot of improvements and progress since then, but we are not yet where we need to be. Brentwood still does not have the level of fire and emergency medical coverage it needs. The heat map, the map that shows the 2024 incidents, clearly shows the call volume in downtown Brentwood. Where the station once was is where the station needs to be, and it can't come soon enough. Yes, we are Con Fire now, and part of a bigger department, but we still need more stations in Brentwood, and those stations need to be where the greatest need for service is. Time and distance are the enemy in emergency response. Building Station 94 in its planned location will help protect lives and property in Brentwood, and I urge the Commission to approve it. Thank you.
Travis Martin, followed by Mike Clement.
Good evening, Chairperson, Commissioners. I'm Travis Martin, Commander, VFW Post 10789. We are housed at the Brentwood Veterans Memorial Building and have been there for over 50 years. Before I begin my rant, I'd like to point out 3 subtleties that have come to light in the conversation and the information given from the developer. One, in the turn signal discussion and the software that was provided, all of the ingress and egress points shown were north of the firehouse. No right turns were made in the ingress, and only left turns were made in the egress. The point to that is, it seems a little short-sighted on the study side. Now, let's have a better discussion, or a more finer point, that what wasn't depicted on there, or at least not identified, is that the Diablo Way, that is the ingress point, both ends on either side of the proposed firehouse have an 18-foot and a 19-foot utility post restriction, meaning limit. and they have to squeeze that truck or whatever other apparatus they have through those tiny holes. And that's a pretty difficult trick when you're coming in off of other roads. Lastly, the ingress apron, and I just recognized this with taking that big wide shot view. They're literally going to put a maintenance / lay down construction or whatever you want to call it, industrial yard in downtown Brentwood to support the firehouse. They're not having this stuff out at some other location. All of this work on these engines will occur down at the fire station, at the proposed fire station. Now to my regular schedule. Oversized monument to modern architecture that has no place in Brentwood's historic downtown area. The brick facade, reminiscent of, by their own description, East Coast style design, stands in stark contrast to the existing aesthetics of our downtown district. It looks more like something you'd see in Chicago Fire or on Rescue Me or even on Ghostbusters. The headquarters than a structure that fits the character of our tiny, small community. The previous firehouses maxed out at around 3,000 square feet. This new station is a massive 8,200 square feet, more than double the size. To make room for the McMansions of the fire station, they had to take additional space from the Brentwood Memorial property, Veterans property, and yet this wasn't even addressed by the CEQA, where they had to expand their lot to accommodate. This is about providing fire service. This isn't about providing fire service. It's about bad planning and mismanagement on the part of the county and the fire district. They have spent recklessly against their Prop X money, sorry, I gotta make sure I get that right, and failed to plan appropriately when things didn't go their way. And now they're taking land set aside and paid for veterans to make up on their mistakes. Instead of placing this station in a property sized for the proper location, they're forcing it into an area that was never meant to hold such a massive structure. It is time for the county to stop using the veterans' land, and they solve their financial and planning failures. Fire Station 94 should be built on a suitable location and not by taking land set aside for veterans' memorials, homes, meeting places, and certainly not without the full input of the city of Brentwood, its commissioners, and council. Thank you.
Mike Clement, followed by Mike Mayakovich.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Michael Clement. I'm a 60-year resident of Brentwood, just like Gene Lopez. The only time I left Brentwood was when I fought in the Gulf War and in Panama. I enlisted in the United States Army and served my country proudly and left with an honorable discharge. I was the Veterans Hall manager for 18 years. That means I had 18 years of weekends and everything else downtown, making sure that Veterans Memorial Building was being properly utilized, along with having the tenants of the fire department next door. So I got to know them pretty well. Most of them I went to school with. We all grew up there together, and we all raised our families and whatnot. But here's the thing. I'm really curious, you know, this word about grandfather and exemptions and all that that's getting thrown around. You know, I look at when that hall is rented with about 400 attendees, and the fire station next door with the limited amount of parking and the people traveling in and out, coming from the parking lot behind, walking in the alley because they can't find parking elsewhere, the front of that building, and down Maple Street and First Street, how people walking out, and let's just say that party starts at, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, gets out by midnight, and we have a lot of foot traffic in there, how that fire station vehicle is supposed to properly and safely get out of there. And of course, they got to negotiate that bump that's there, that's been there forever. It's like, hello, there's people going to be out there, and that's the best place for the fire station because we need one, knowing doggone well that the one on Sand Creek Road at 355, where it's already been plumbed. I mean, you've got the viewpoints, you've got the overhead caution lights, and you have a vacant lot. All you have to do is just take that beautiful building that he designed and stick it right there in the middle, and you can decontaminate all you want, without having to interfere with particulate matter from some sort of biohazard or whatnot, going into that building and people breathing in that stuff or getting contaminated with exposure or contact. You know, it's like when I heard that, I said, that really got me, because when I was over in the Gulf, we had all those fires from the oil filters, and I can barely breathe right now because everything that I inhaled and everything, and now they're going to have a decontamination station right next door? Holy macro. Don't tell me that's not going to affect the patrons there at the Veterans Hall. And at the beginning of this whole story here, when we opened up this forum, you guys were asking really good questions. It sounded like a mini CEQA to me, because those are questions that everyone has. Everybody has these questions about traffic engineering, foot traffic, and all these other things. Because as I was a Veterans Hall manager for 18 years, as those people were getting out of the hall, I used to walk around downtown Brentwood to get a little exercise. And you know what's downtown Brentwood at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, midnight, 1 o'clock, all the way to 2 o'clock? Drunk patrons. And they're on foot. And they're walking all over the streets in Brentwood. I'm sure everyone's seen it who's downtown. And that fire truck's gonna blare the sirens and have to negotiate those people walking by. Good luck with that. That's a safety issue in my regard. Now let's talk about the school. The school that has foot traffic. 2,800 students go to Liberty, and they're in the school at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, get off at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and they walk all through downtown, particularly the alleyways. It's a fun place, I guess, to gander. And if that fire truck is only going down First Street, Maple Street, and Diablo, how are you going to negotiate with all these kids running around? Because they're not paying attention. Half of them got those things in their heads, and it's going to be one thing after another. So I really don't know. I just really wish the decision makers for this fire department lived in Brentwood. People that actually live and breathe and have done their due diligence in understanding what the character of Brentwood is. But to me, it's just people all out of the town. They're coming out making their money on designs and building firehouses and running the station, but they have no ties to Brentwood. Not like people that have went through the school, came back here and raised their families and are from this area. So we really got to get together on this, and we really got to focus on public safety with that fire department downtown. And I'll tell you, it's going to be one of those things as you go. Okay, really quick. They don't have any talking points about traffic and parking. But you know what's going to happen? They're going to figure that out when that building's up. And then they're going to red curb the whole place. And then guess what? There goes the Veterans Hall.
Next is Mike Mayakovich, followed by Clifton Louie.
The county and the fire district keep insisting that this location has always been a planned site for the fire station. But that's simply not true. In fact, previous fire officials, even a former fire chief, determined that the location was not suitable for a fire station due to an expansion of downtown Brentwood and the increase in car, foot, and traffic, especially in the evenings. At one point, the county even listed the property for reutilization as a bar, restaurant location, recognizing that it had no longer been an ideal site for an emergency services. So why all of a sudden the change? Why now? After decades of knowing this site's shortcomings, is the county trying to force an oversized, poorly planned fire station into a location they themselves previously deemed unsuitable? The Sand Creek Fire Station site, proposed in 2005, was especially designed and planned as a replacement for the downtown Fire Station 54. That project had the space, the infrastructure, and the foresight to accommodate a modern firehouse without disruption of the heart of downtown Brentwood or taking veterans' land. But instead of the following through on a well-thought-out plan, the county is taking it the easy way out, cutting corners and shoving the station where it doesn't belong. This isn't about what the fire district wants. It's about what actually makes sense to public safety, the responsibility of urban planning.
The fire officials themselves previously recognized this location as inadequate. Then why are we being told now that this is the only option? The county needs to stop rewriting history to justify a bad decision on their part and to look at a better alternatives that have already been identified. The high school has doubled in size since it's been shut down with students. Why does that not require a CEQA? Right there is one thing that should require a CEQA. Just the amount of students walking around downtown. Traffic, 8 a.m. in the morning and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You can't get nowhere downtown because of all the traffic, the students. What happens when a fire happens? They're going to be held up trying to get out of Brentwood. I urge you to vote no on allowing this to go through. Thank you for your time.
Clifton Louie, followed by Donald Hester. Clifton Louie.
Madam Chairperson Roberts and Planning Commissioners, my name is Clifton Louie, and I represent the Trilogy Veterans Association here in Brentwood. I am a 20-year veteran with the Army and Army Reserve. I spoke with the City Council earlier about regarding the emotional and cultural connections that the veterans of this town have with the Veterans Memorial Building. I lived in Brentwood for about 15 years now, and I've been to that hall several times for memorials of veterans. The loss of land from the Veterans Memorial Building feels like another cut from the government not honoring the promise made to veterans. It's another cut that government has made to veterans. It seems to me that it is these little cuts that hurt so much. As such, I think the effort to place a new fire station within downtown Brentwood violates the Planning Commission provision that says it's the downtown specific plan provision 1.2.d, quote, enable the continued expansion of downtown's role as a civic and cultural heart of the city. Seems a little bit problematic relative to cutting the heart out of the veterans. I live near Station 92 on John Muir Parkway, and I see on many occasions when I shop in that area, especially McDonald's, which is the size anticipated by the engine that's going to be used at Fire Station 94. A couple of comments there. I get caught when this engine comes out sometimes, and it's a Belfour is a pretty broad road, 2 lanes each way. I'm able to pull to the right as the engine comes by. The narrow streets in downtown Brentwood are single lane. So if there's parking, where am I supposed to go if the engine is firing, behind me, sounding the siren? I need to get to the side somewhere. So it seems to me that Fire Station 92, these engines come running down, and everybody pulls to the right. Downtown, so the other thing is, I looked at the turning studies, and it was a simulation, but I looked at engine 92. It's in a cul-de-sac, and it has this huge turning radius as it pulls out of the station. And then it magically, I guess the fire station controls all the lights. The lights turn green and they go left or right depending on the emergency. So it just seems to me that, again, this is a sequel question that needs to be tested, perhaps not in a simulation, but maybe in real life, to make sure that it does not, that the fire engine has an opportunity. The final question, the final point I want to make is I made the mistake several times to drive down when the young children are leaving high school at Liberty, and they do drive cars, and I got caught. And I was in the library, and I couldn't get out for a long time. So the thing is, if there's an emergency, I think that this increased traffic when the students are out of school. Many of them do walk, but many of them drive also. So I just want to conclude my remarks and thank the commission, the Planning Commission, for your time, and I hope you will consider all the situations I brought up to your attention tonight. Thank you.
Donald Hester, followed by Dolores Long.
Planning Commissioners, I respectfully request that you deny the design approval for the proposed Fire Station 94, as it does not meet the design requirements outlined in Brentwood Downtown Specific Plan. Specifically, the proposed design is not adequately incorporating the elements that maintain Brentwood's distinct historic character and downtown atmosphere as required by the Downtown Specific Plan. The Downtown Specific Plan clearly states that all new developments should integrate into the pedestrian-friendly, and we've heard that that may not be so pedestrian-friendly, economically vibrant and historically unique downtown environment. The current design for Fire Station 94 described as a reminiscent of traditional fire stations of larger urban areas on the East Coast, featuring elements like precast concrete lintels, cornets, and large patio areas, does not align with Brentwood's small town heritage or downtown architectural identity. The city's design guidelines specifically discourage generic designs replicated from other regions without consideration of Brentwood's local context. Moreover, the Downtown Specific Plan specifically encourages the adaptive reuse of existing buildings, and specifically mentioned in that clause was the old Fire Station 54, which was suggested to become a retail, restaurant, or entertainment use, not an imposing municipal structure that disrupts the compact, walkable setting intended for downtown. Given these clear guidelines, I respectfully urge the Planning Commission to deny the current design approval for the Fire Station 94. The planning commissioners have brought up the word subjectivity. Subjectivity is in your favor, commissioners. Case law says that, and specifically Walnut Creek versus Contra Costa County is one of them, that when you interpret, and there's a lot of wiggle room in interpreting this, it is in your favor in how you interpret the downtown specific plan and downtown in the general plan. And I have to say, with the comments that I read about and seen in this, with all due respect to the fire folks and the architect in the room, seems like it wasn't really focused on maintaining downtown's character. It seems like it's a big red monster downtown, and certainly doesn't maintain that feel that we have. So subjectivity is in your favor. And so aside from that, let's talk a little bit about what we saw here in presentations. I like the idea that they showed you and they had some type of, studies that were done with simulations. I don't know if the simulations, you can ask them this question, did they have simulations of exiting onto Diablo Way? Because the fire station has stated that they're not going to interrupt any downtown street closures for parades or anything else, because they will just turn the trucks around and exit out the back. Did the simulations take that into account? I do not know. That wasn't there. The simulation seemed a little bit, and you can ask them to show it up on here again, a little bit deceptive. You see in the big, huge fire truck that's inside the building, and then on the street where they show little fire trucks, they look like little Matchbox cars. So it seems a little bit to subliminally set, your mind at ease that maybe that they'll fit on the street. But I don't know if you've ever gone down Maple Street. When you have two big trucks, as somebody else said, parked on both sides of the street, two cars cannot go down that street at the same time. One of them has to back up and the other one has to go through. So again, a traffic study would have probably found some of this stuff out, because a simulation is not going to know about real world instances. It's going to take into consideration, what the lines are on the thing. But, a lot of people in Brentwood, agricultural area, a lot of people have very big, large trucks, and they park down there quite often. About the noise issue and the infill exemption, we don't believe the infill exemption is appropriate. Number one, the noise is completely changing. They're going to put a generator on the site. The generator has to be tested on a regular basis. So that's going to create noise nuisance to the neighbors, mostly the veterans, but there's other businesses all around that. So again, how do you ask for an exemption? How do you approve an exemption when there's obviously going to be some change in noise? There's absolutely going to be it. And not only that, you have a bunch of veterans next door, many of them having PTSD. Having sirens go off just intermittently, 8 times a day or whatever it's going to be, is not conducive for a healing environment for veterans. And the commissioner's last statement, fear tactics, really? Is that what they have? I'm done.
Dolores Long, followed by Mark DeMarcy.
Good evening, commissioners. Madam Chair Roberts. As a former Antioch Planning Commissioner myself, and staff, Miguel. As a former Planning Commissioner for Antioch myself, I'd like to remind you tonight that you have the clear authority to deny the design permit for Fire Station 94. Under California law, the City of Brentwood has significant discretion in interpreting and applying the general plan and the zoning rules. Courts recognize your authority and generally defer to local decisions regarding land use. Specifically, you have the authority to deny this permit based on the city's general plan policies and downtown specific plan guidelines. These plans emphasize preserving the historic character of downtown Brentwood and maintaining a pedestrian-friendly, economically vibrant town center. The proposed Fire Station 94, although gorgeous in the design review process that I witnessed tonight, does not belong in this location. Furthermore, you have the right, and indeed the responsibility, to require additional studies such as environmental and traffic impact assessments. The design scale nearly double the size of the previous station and raises the legitimate concerns that you've had yourself this evening asked about, and also that you've heard from the public. We are not opposed to the improved fire protection. However, this particular location is not appropriate. The city must require transparency and accountability from both the county and the fire district. Until comprehensive studies are completed and fully reviewed, including environmental and traffic impact analysis, the permit should not be approved now, if ever, for this location. Please exercise your authority to protect Brentwood's downtown character, to ensure our community's long-term safety and integrity. No to this location, yes to the station. Thank you.
Mark DeMarce, followed by Brian Oftedal.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I want to thank everyone who came out tonight on a Tuesday night in order to speak their mind. My name is Mark DeMarce. I'm a member of the Contra Costa County Fire Advisory Commission. As been stated, downtown has more people now than it did before, which to me is all the more reason to have a downtown station. Time is critical, and a downtown station will reduce the response time. Firefighters, like veterans, want to serve their community. They will be good drivers, and I know they will be good neighbors. Thank you.
Brian Oftedal.
There you go. Stretch out before you go.
Now, I was seeing if the platform had the ability to elevate.
It does, the button on the top.
So, all right. Good evening, Chair Roberts, commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. I actually waited till the end just so I had the opportunity to listen to our veterans and the community comment and try to see if there was any opportunity to respond to any of the questions or concerns. I've been following this closely since the conversation started in 2024. And I've had the opportunity to sit down with a number of individuals. Unfortunately, haven't been a lot of veterans that have taken me up on the opportunity. I have sat with business owners and was attempting to work with the Brentwood Downtown Coalition in an attempt to sit with a group of the veterans at the time, and unfortunately that never happened. This evening, I'm here to urge you to go with staff recommendations and adopt this resolution. As I was listening to some of the concerns this evening, one of the veterans talked about there being a heart attack and the response times and the individual being dead from a heart attack. And I thought, you know, this firehouse being there right next door to our veterans, this is the best option for survivability. This is the best chance to survive, having a paramedic advanced life support apparatus right next door as your neighbor. Building Station 94 will save lives and properties in our community. People with house fires or health emergencies in Brentwood should not be forced to wait for life-saving emergencies. Before I came here, I printed an article a month ago. You probably saw this in the Brentwood Press. But a month ago, we had a fatality fire on Nicholas Court, which is roughly a minute drive time with an emergency vehicle coming from this firehouse. Talking with homeowners and business owners, fire insurance has been a huge conversation. We have a number of our residents in this community that no longer have residential home insurance. We have other residents that are paying double or triple their fire insurance ratings. The location of fire stations and the additional fire apparatus do impact our insurance service office ratings. Having this additional station down here, downtown, with the additional pumping capability will reduce fire insurance when we get the ISO rating down, and it will make our businesses and residents more insurable. Our farmers markets, makers market, the parades, they'll continue. We have these in every town. I work as a professional firefighter in the city of Oakland. We have farmers markets there. In Concord, there's a farmers market right across the street from the fire station. That will not impact the ability to respond outside of the fire station. Turning radius. We have professional vehicle apparatus operators that have tested to get into that position. These individuals, this is their livelihood. This is their profession. They drive with due regard. They're not flying out of a fire station. They're opening up the apparatus bay. More than likely, another firefighter will step out onto the apparatus apron and to the crosswalk, and they will ensure that it's safe to proceed out. They're not blaring out. They're not just leaving without making sure their apparatus bay's doors are closed. They want to protect the equipment that the community has bought them inside. My point there is there's plenty of turning radius. I've operated fire apparatus. I've operated fire engines, fire trucks, the tiller seat in the back. I was the past president of East Contra Costa Fire when we were making purchasing decisions and we were looking at the wheelbase of the apparatus. We were specifically looking at those alleyways and we had those apparatus measured out when we made those purchases. You can easily navigate them. There's plenty of pictures that I've seen around town since we've got that aerial ladder truck. And just to be clear, that aerial ladder truck is not going to be housed there, but there's plenty of communities that are plenty of pictures on social media right now of the aerial ladder truck parked in some of those alleyways, especially during farmers market. I saw Commissioner Floor write a note briefly when someone was talking about the decontamination room, so I wanted to talk about that real quick, but it's simply not having your dirty turnouts in there. down to 8 seconds. I want to thank you for the opportunity this evening, and I urge you to allow this design review to be approved. Thank you.
But let's be mindful, please. Carolina Villaseca?
Oh, yeah. I am not that tall. Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I actually would like to clarify something for everyone in the room. Having a fire station next to your house does not lower your home insurance. Maybe Brian Oftedal is not familiar with the insurance crisis going on all over the state of California. A fire station does not help you one bit. And I know this because we were supposed to get a fire station behind Pioneer. And so I very excitedly called my insurance company and I said, so when that fire station gets built, how much will my insurance go down? And they said, we may not renew your insurance. It doesn't matter that a fire station is being built there. So I hate to tell him, but it's the same thing for car insurance. It doesn't matter one bit. I have questions. First, the old fire station that was there had lead paint on the walls, it had asbestos behind the walls, and it had diesel leaks going into the ground. I understand there was no CEQA done because it was grandfathered in, but are we sure that land is clean to be built on? I don't know, but it's a question. The second question is they claim no disruptions to parking, and right now for events downtown and on Saturday nights, which is when people like to go and get their food on and get their drink on, people are parking all the way down that street in, excuse me, in the bank parking lot, all the way down the opposite end, almost down to Balfour. So I would like to know how that is possible if you have fire engines coming in and out and you have cars parked across the street from the bank and during the farmer's market, which brings up another point. Another question. So if a restaurant, because there's many there, or businesses are getting a delivery, right, on Diablo Way, and there isn't a call for an alarm, for a need for a fire, they'll have to go out the front. They won't be able to go out the back. Have we looked at that study at all to see what happens when school is there, at the farmer's market, restaurants? I mean, there is going to be disruption. Let's not kid ourselves. There is. And I'm not 100% sure that simulations is the right way to do it. They have all the equipment. Bring it downtown during farmer's market. Let's see you do those turns. Let's see you try and pull in and out of the bank parking lot, for example. That instead of turning left, turn right. Right? We can do that. Back in, back out. Let's see how that actually looks like. Another concern, the street and the alleyway, as somebody mentioned, soft. And with that, trucks, when they're full, when they have the tanks full and the people and the equipment and everything that is needed, we're going to get a lot of wear and tear on the alleyway and also on that street. Is the county going to reimburse us for paving and paving and paving? Right now, they are in charge of, if you go down Walnut and turn left on Marsh Creek, during the rainy season, there were puddles and potholes that would take out the axle of your car. So you had to move over to the left to be able to avoid damage to your car. They fixed the potholes, and now the potholes are back because I don't know what they used, but they are already dipped down because of the amount of volume of trucks, heavy trucks that go up and down Marsh Creek. So there are a lot of concerns about disruption. I will also say that City Council, the City of Brentwood, the staff, and the Planning Commission have worked, Parks and Rec, have worked really, really hard to make downtown a vibrant location to come and have fun. And I just don't believe that having fire engines going in and out during Farmers Market, Makers Market, Juneteenth, Halloween, Oktoberfest, and Christmas, where we use with the businesses put out tents and they do all kinds of tricks and treats for the kids, and it is the funnest thing ever. I don't see how that's going to work, because it takes time to plan those events, and you have to move the farmers market to that street. Because if you just keep going straight, there's not enough room until you hit Brentwood Boulevard to relocate all the vendors that are already there. Just so many questions about traffic and everything that's going on. I just don't think this is the right location. We need another station, but this is not it.
Speaker card. Okay, please do one after.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Roberts, Commissioner Floor, and Commissioner Brand, for your questions and your comments today. They were very insightful. I hope you'll dig into those questions and those items during discussion. And if you can ask how many parking spots are going to be taken away, because I don't know if that was covered, but I think we should have an honest conversation about what's going to happen parking down there, because it sounds like those turns are pretty tight. Also, Mr. Oftedal, you may want to check who handles your communication, because I heard a lot of grumbling when you said you asked to speak to the vets, but I don't think they got your memo. So I'm glad you spoke up today so I could remember who you are and where you stand with the veterans of our community. I'm a 20-year resident, Brentwood resident, and wife of Marine Corps vet. And that's, I'm here, so I'm here on double, right? A bond was on the ballot for the land for the vets. Voters voted yes for the vets to have this land. And now the county wants to creep into what was theirs. And they need to be able to keep their land. And I don't know if there's a legality issue that anyone has talked about. I know the vets don't have money for that, but what is the legal aspect of, taking some of that land that was in a bond for the vets? And I don't know if anyone's talked about that or looked into that. Ask the applicant to use the Sand Creek land. If the city sold the Empire land to the county for $1 to put in a fire station, why can't they just buy that for $1 as well? I don't know what the background is on that. But taking the vets' land, what also reminded me of is the building we're in right now. We can thank Bob Taylor and his council for taking land from the city and the residents. This used to be a park. They didn't have to put this Taj Mahal here. They could have done, like someone mentioned, the police station. They could have put this building somewhere else, and instead they took land that was gifted to the city for a park. But they found loopholes. They found loopholes to build this Taj Mahal. Why don't we have a Corn Fest? There's no large park enough for it. We used to have a large park for it. Now we don't. So just like, you give an inch and you take a mile, that's what they're doing to our vets. That's what they're doing to our city, which is pretty disgusting. So I'm not surprised that our county supervisor Diane Burgess is pushing this, since she doesn't care about her residents and she only wants this legacy project, just like Bob Taylor did here and his council. I urge that other county supervisors back down, since we know Diane won't. I heard something about a recall, I think Danny Dorman. So Danny, if you're listening, which I think you are, I'll canvass in Deer Ridge for you. Let the vets thrive. Leave them with the land that they are on in downtown, which citizens voted for them to have. Deny the fire station downtown. Yes to a station, no to the location. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Christine. After this, we'll be going to Zoom, so please start to raise your hands if you would like to speak.
Commissioners, I just wanted to say thank you so very much for taking the time to meet with the veterans and listening to us. We know you're listening, period. We really do. Taking the time to understand and learn about what's going on, what the complaints are, in addition to what they're proposing, is really very admirable. I know it's your guys' jobs, but I'm sure it's a lot of time on your guys' part. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. And I, mimic the same thing. I've lived in Brentwood for a very long time, and I have the same concerns about traffic and, the aesthetics of downtown Brentwood. I don't want that downtown Brentwood feel to go away. The other thing I'd like to say is, I'm going to make a comment to the gentleman that spoke a little earlier. Good neighbors don't steal land, right? It was a tax for veterans. The land was purchased for veterans. It should stay in veterans' property. County needs to maintain it, yes, but it should have stayed with the Brentwood veterans, period. So thank you very much for your time. And again, really appreciate all of your guys' time and effort for this.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. I did not have Commissioner Jones on my bingo card for recusing himself tonight about this agenda item, but I respect that decision. Mr. Jones, I'm sure you're watching in the back there. Thank you. I did somewhat anticipate one of the commissioners recusing himself, but I'm not surprised that he didn't. I do want to provide some clarification on Commissioner Johnson's opening statement before we open up public comments, that he would, and I'm paraphrasing, so sorry if I misquote you, but I want to appear unbiased and transparent, and that I met with the vets on this topic and listened to them, and the firefighters and the fire union, listened to them. But full disclosure, I don't know, did you tell the vets that in your failed attempt to run for Brentwood City Mayor last year, that you accepted political action committee money from Contra Costa County Fire Union, and you fully took their endorsement and championed it all over your marketing collateral? I don't know if you told the vets that, so that's why I came up here. So maybe after we close public comments here, I would like to hear from the rest of the commissioners. If you've ever run for office and accepted any type of political action money or special interest money from anyone related to this agenda item. Thank you.
We're now going to Zoom. Cinziana Tador.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am not able to see my timer, but I'll time myself. I want to start by saying, who needs a staff report, since the veterans had such in-depth information to support your decision tonight? It was an amazing show of research and a dedication to really bring all the information in front of you for as a planning commission. So please say no to this project. I want to bring up one item. I was involved when this station closed downtown in 2019, and residents such as me were asking for fire protection. We did not hear anything from Diane Burgess. We did not hear anything from Mr. Oftedal, for that matter, but he has the audacity to come and explain us what's going on tonight. Anyway, Diane Burgess resurfaces now, and she wants, has more ambition political plans, and she called all her lackeys to the left of the room and came up with this flawed plan, all at the expense of our veterans. And, it was very articulated, very well articulated by previous speakers, all the issues that we see around this project. I do have my own questions. A CEQA needs to, or observations. A CEQA needs to be conducted, for sure, regardless if for this particular site or any other site that's being picked for a fire station. What I didn't hear from Contra Costa Fire is, why does it have to be downtown? That isn't, that information was not shared. Why does it have to be there? On veterans' land, as it was mentioned so many times tonight. Also, another thing I didn't hear, I did not hear very clearly that having this station downtown, it will improve, and by how much, the response time for Brentwood and for the region. I did not, everything we heard, including from Mr. Aftedal, are hyperbole. That's all we heard tonight from the fire people. And we've seen that, during a farmer's market, the fire trucks cannot turn between First and Oak. I was there several times during the election season. I go to the farmer's market, and the fire truck shows up. They park right in the middle of that intersection, and they have a hard time turning, going at a low speed. I cannot imagine when there's an emergency, they will take that turn with no problem. So again, there's safety concerns, and people were talking about simulation. All you need to do is go downtown Concord, as Mr. Aftada mentioned. Go downtown Concord, observe what happens around Willow Pass fire station. There's a lot of close calls. How do I know? I work there in downtown Concord, and I walk to restaurants. I walk to the farmers market there, which, by the way, it's in the Todos Santos Plaza. It's not in the street like it is in Brentwood, so there's no comparison there. However, that is the best simulation to observe what happens when a fire station is placed where pedestrians and intense traffic takes place. So that's one example you guys can look into and make your decision. But I urge you to say no to this project. But we do need a fire station, so I'm all for that. And there's land that can be used for a new fire station in Brentwood. Thank you.
Vincent Wells. Vincent Wells.
Sorry, it took a while for the, am I off mute now?
You are.
All right, thank you. Good evening, commissioners and members of the public and fellow veterans. My name is Vince Wells. I'm the president of Firefighters Local 1230, and been representing the firefighters in East Contra Costa prior to the annexation. And so was around since 2006 and saw all the ups and downs with station closures, staffing decreases and whatnot, until we ended up getting down to that 3-station model with covering 249 square miles with 9 firefighters operating out of 3 stations. Station 54 was closed at the time when it was called 54 at the time. When that was closed, it had been operated for years. And when the decision came down to close it was because we were trying to figure out, once again, how we're going to cover Discovery Bay, Brentwood, Bethel Island, Knightson, Oakley, Brentwood, and all those areas, Byron, with and Morgan Territory, with just 3 stations. So one of the decisions that was made to close 54 was based on the fact that, I mean, we were pretty much opposed to that station being closed because we felt it was critical, one of the most critical stations to getting everywhere. That station could get to Discovery Bay, can get to Knightson, could get to all parts of Brentwood faster than a lot of the other stations. So if we had to drop down to 3, 54 should not have been one of the ones closed. The reason that they chose to do it was, well, the fire chief made the decision to do it because he felt covering the perimeter and being able to collapse toward the middle was the better approach. And 54 had mode issues and other issues with it too, so it was becoming inhabitable. So it was closed. And then at the time when we worked on trying to find tax measures and all the things we could do to get that staffing back and get the money to reopen it, then a decision was made at that time, well, we are doing the annexation, Measure X, let's close Station 54. Let's now demolish it and plans to rebuild it. So that was our expectation. I did not realize, and so I apologize to my fellow veterans. I'm not sure how we got here. I think the expectation when that station was torn down, all the conversations that I had with the administration was we're going to tear it down, we're going to rebuild it, and we're going to modernize it. There's no sense of wasting money to rebuild that station. To just make modifications to clean it up when there are other issues that needed to be taken care of. So that's why the decision was made to tear it down and rebuild it. So once it came up that we were rebuilding it, we're all happy about that. And then now realizing that the veterans have an issue with that. During our time at that station, we worked with the veterans. I've talked to a lot of the previous guys that worked there for years, that station, and our partnership. We had one of our members fall. We did his reception in that area. We donate. We sell T-shirts for veterans. Most of or a lot of my members are veterans, like myself. So definitely, we would never want to be involved in taking their land to the level where we're talking about closing that hall. So we would hope that we could come up with some way that where we get that station, because that is critical to our service. That is a critical location, and we feel that that's the best way to serve the community. Brentwood only has one fire station in it. You look at Antioch, Antioch has 4 stations. City of Pleasant Hill has 2. Martinez has 2. Brentwood, the size of Brentwood, it should have more than one fire station. And the only fire station you have is all the way toward the east side, where the west side is the I'm saying the opposite. The east side, the west side is where we have the most resources. The east side is where we don't, and 92 is on the west side of Brentwood. So anyway, so I don't know how we.
The speaker's time has expired. Sir, in the front row.
W, not that long ago, a couple of years probably. I'm not a speaker, but after listening to everything that I heard here tonight, I have to speak up because of the safety of that station being where it's at, or where they're proposing to locate it. I was driving through downtown, during an event downtown, not knowing it was going on, when a child hit my very large SUV. They were on a motorized scooter down there on Oak, right across, I guess that's Main Street or Brentwood Boulevard, whatever it is there. And then again, there's an event going on downtown during the day, but maybe 3 weeks ago, granddaughter to a dance at the high school. And there's kids coming at me with a bicycle.
Could you speak right into the microphone, please?
I could speak loud enough. You should be able to hear me.
I know, but it catches on the
Okay.
words. Thank you.
Swerving back and forth, going wild. And I said, hey, whoa, I'm loading some stuff in the back of my vehicle. Kid flips me off because they're having a good time. There's an event going on. I go downtown, have lunch or dinner. There's kids on bicycles going crazy all around that area. That street that you leave downtown from, the sidewalks on the opposite side of the veterans area, up and down like this. You can't walk on them. You can't see. Trees are overhanging. So when you're walking, the only way to walk is to go down the middle of the street so you don't trip and fall. Now you have families, and when events break up, the whole group goes down. People need to go down there and take a look at what goes on during events, where people are going, what people are doing. And you'll see the big fire engine blaring because they're in a rush to get to where they're going, even though they may have spotters. A family with a 5-year-old child, what are they going to do when they hear that big blare? They're going to run. Are they going to pay attention to the direction they're going to run? I've been there. I've seen that. I've done it as a child myself. It's dangerous. And if you want to talk about safety, that's what you have to do, is go down there and look and see what the safety for that situation is before you put a big blaring engine down there with children that are in party time that don't pay attention. Until somebody gets killed, will you understand what that could possibly do? You know, that's about all I have to say. Look at everything around you. Look at the location, understand the people, understand what they're doing. I haven't even started with the people that are drunk down there. You know, so.
At this time, we have no other speaker cards and no other hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, I would like to entertain a motion to close. I will now close public comment. Commissioners, I'm looking for a motion.
Through the chair, we do not need a motion to close public comment.
Okay, very good. Then let's move into discussion. Commissioner Floyd.
Where to begin? There is so much to this. I think we may all end up needing to go several rounds. First of all, I guess I should disclose, since Chair Johnson disclosed, I did speak with the veterans. I found their information to be useful, and their hospitality was excellent. And I do also want to say that as an American, as a child who grew up in a service family, I know I was never in the service, but I know what your families go through. I was young enough that I was only really aware of my father's third tour when he was in Vietnam, but I know what it's like to be 8 years old and not have a father for a year. So I know what the sacrifices feel like. And I could say thank you for your service, but it doesn't even begin to express the depth of emotion that I feel for our vets. And I hope you can see, if you see the flags behind us here, the city of Brentwood has a great deal of respect for you as well. I will say one more thing about vets. Having grown up with a father who was in the Army, he didn't talk too much about his service. Didn't think it was appropriate, I guess, you know. But one thing I can tell you about my dad is he told the truth all the time. And that was just the way it was in the Army. You just tell the truth, because anything else can be, I guess, dangerous. But I was raised that way, and when the veterans speak to me, I put a lot of weight on their words. So thank you all for coming. And that was what I wanted to say about how I feel about veterans. I did also receive an email that went around to the planning commissioners from Diane Burgess's office, asking for meetings and asking for availability. I did reply with my availability, and then I never heard anything back from Diane's office, so I didn't have any opportunity to speak to her. I guess the first thing I want to address is the 800-pound gorilla in this room. And as a lot of you maybe are not familiar with what a planning commission is or what a planning commission does, we're just regular people. We have staff and they are, engineers, they're experts, they know the law, they know everything that goes on. We're not that. What we are is people, just like you guys. We don't have necessarily any one of us. I know at least one of you was trained in engineering, but what we don't have is that expertise. But what we do have, and the reason why we're here, and the reason why commissions are composed of citizens, is we have the same common sense you have, and we can look around. And so where an expert might say, well, traffic is measured in VTMs, we're free, we're able to take our blinders off and look out and see what I wanted to tell you about us. We're just people like you guys. We don't get paid a lot. We get $300 a month to be here and to study these packets and try to make decisions. We get some training and in law, but basically we're just like you guys. We're citizens, and I would encourage any of you, really, as well spoken as you are, to consider at some point joining a commission downtown and offering a little service that way, although you've done plenty for your country. So having said that, I want to go back to my comment, which is I want to address the 800-pound gorilla in this room. We just went through a selection process. We were reselected. Commissioner Jones, who's not here, was just selected new. One of the council members, Tony Orlemans, asked a question of us. He wanted to know, would we reject a project if it was consistent with state law? And no, we shouldn't do that. Everything we do up here is consistent with state law. You may have noticed we have the assistant city attorney sits in every meeting, whether you go to city council or planning commission. We are not lawyers either, but we are very mindful of our responsibilities, and we know what can happen if we do the wrong thing up here. And so basically not to us, but if we make a mistake on behalf of the city can be held liable, and it costs everybody. It costs you, costs me, costs everybody. So we are very careful to be lawful up here. And Councilmember Orlemans is a former police officer, and he's mindful of the law as well, and he wants us to be very mindful. And we don't want to do anything that is not consistent with the Constitution. I just took an oath, again, to uphold California Constitution. And so, having said that, the veterans are bringing up a point about the bond issue that was used to finance the purchase of their property. The bond issue was dedicating that property to use by veterans. And it can't be used for any other purpose, according to their information. And there's code. There was code in the bond issue, and there's code in the military code in the California Constitution. So I'm not a lawyer. I can't sit up here today. It's not within my realm of powers to say one way or the other whether this expansion is legal. But I have a concern, and I have a concern for the citizens of Brentwood. My concern is that if there is contention and maybe there's a court case or something and a judge decides that no, the fire department is not legal, and they've already started construction. Now we've got a construction site downtown and nothing is happening. And then you've got a real hazard. And then the county is going to be spending a lot of your and my money having to tear it down and put it someplace else, right? I just don't know. I don't have a way to know. Despite being admonished by Councilmember Orlemans, I don't have a way to know whether or not this project is or is not consistent with California law, because I have no analysis in the packet that was given to me to study. And so to me, normally, I don't know what staff does to make sure that that a property is free and clear? Do you do a title search, or, you know, when somebody brings an application, says, I want to put a restaurant on this lot, how do you know that that's their lot? I'm asking the planning manager.
Yeah, through the chair. So we do, as a matter of course, require preliminary title reports on properties for all development applications that we receive, and they're generally prepared within 6 months of submittal.
Okay. This is a complicated one. I don't think anybody is saying that the county doesn't own the land. This is more like a conditional use permit. They're saying that the use is not allowed. And I don't, was anybody in staff aware of these allegations when this application was moving through? That the usage that the fire department wants to put onto the extended lot is not allowed for that extension? That land was dedicated to veterans and cannot be changed is the allegation.
I was not aware of that personally. I don't believe Miguel was either. All of this stuff has really come to light over the last, I'd say, few months, as the veterans have, you know, sent emails in, and they've been attending lots of the commission and council meetings. So I know that did not come up initially.
Yeah, and it's not something that we would normally be considering up here. I mean, normally it's just somebody comes up, they've got a piece of property and they've got title to it, and it's clear. And so this is something that I haven't been trained on. Christine, could you weigh in? I don't want to put you on the spot, but can you weigh in on what sort of consideration we can give to this, because it's a novel situation for us?
Thanks, Commissioner Fuller. I agree. It is an interesting situation. But as far as the Planning Commission is concerned, and as far as the city is concerned, tonight the application before you is the design review application. That is what the city has a discretionary action to consider. That's what's in your purview this evening. You know, like Eric said, that we require a title report, and that's what we do for all of our projects. And you know, if the owner of the property, which is Confire, has some kind of private dispute with a neighboring property, that's between the fire district and, you know, the neighboring property owner. The city, though, you know, as you read in your staff report, processed the application as it normally would process any design review application.
Okay, and as we move forward through the design review, then you don't see any hazard for us, like if we went ahead and approved this, or whatever findings we make, the land dispute, the usage dispute is not something that would cause trouble for the city of Brentwood.
I'm not sure what you mean by the usage dispute. This is a permitted use in the city.
Right, but the usage dispute that they're claiming is that the property that the Veteran Hall is on, I don't know if you've heard this, the property that the Veteran Hall is on, that the lot that is being taken, a certain portion of that lot is being moved for the use for the fire department, is dedicated to the veterans. It was bought with a bond issue. The bond issue specified that that land was for use by the veterans, and there's code in the military section of California Constitution that says land dedicated for veteran use cannot be taken away. So there's this issue, and I don't
Correct, and the city, that military code section 1266 refers to a city or county that's providing that service to the veterans, and the city of Brentwood is not providing that service.
Okay, so it's up to the county. And my other question, I guess, is if there was a suit and construction was halted midway, would that create a hazard for the city? And that's back to planning or to the attorney.
So we just can't speculate as to what a lawsuit would look like between those two parties, right? I mean, that's not something, you know, the city attorney's office can speculate on or advise you on, what a private lawsuit like that would look like.
All right, okay, thank you. So with that discussion, I think that probably we should go into the design review, and with all respect to the vets, it's just not something that particular aspect of it is not something we can consider. Okay. Uh, I did speak to someone over at 92, Go Bombers, that mentioned that, well, I took a little tour over there and looked around because I wanted to see what a fire department was, because I'm being asked to review a design for a fire department. And went over there, basically knocked on the door, and they just let me in. So they're great people. And I don't want my affection for veterans to in any way let anybody think I don't also have a great deal of respect for the firefighters. It's, as far as I'm concerned, you're all heroes in our society, and I don't think I've ever heard anybody say a bad word about a fireman. So it's not that. It's more about the administrative side of things and what we can and can't do. I was told that it's important. That building has been there, I think, since 2003, they told me, and they've already had to make modifications to it for staffing. I walked through there, I saw where the firemen live. Look, they're on a 48-hour shift over there. It's like once a week moving into a hotel and moving back out. It's not like something that I would want to do. And they have to maintain their space. They have to buy their own food, which I was shocked by when they're staying in that housing. And they do need an exercise room, and they do need amenities. They're living there for 48 hours straight. And I think that if they saw this plan, they would be probably kind of jealous, because this is better. But when I was talking to a battalion commander there, and he told me that there's always a need to leave room for growth when you build a fire station. And that's why I asked the question about with the architect, is there room for growth here? And there's none. Already crowding out, taking over part of the lot that the vets are on just to fit in what they can. And it's an efficient space. And I believe him. He told me it's an efficient space. But it doesn't leave room for growth, and it's not planning for the future. It's just there now. Let's see, while I'm on some of these larger topics, the turning radius, the use of the alley, as far as the street being strong enough, that's something that I don't have anything in the staff report referencing.
Commissioner Floor, would you, just through the chair, would you mind asking our engineering team over there whether they can opine on that for you?
I'm in the process of doing that.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sorry, I don't mean to go on so long, and I will probably be here for a while till tonight, and I apologize to everyone, but we really need to give this a lot of consideration. It's an issue that's important to a lot of people. So as far as the quality of the street being able to handle the trucks, and we heard what we heard was that the street isn't really weighted for the weight, it's just an exemption. We don't know what long-term wear of trucks coming in and out day after day will do. And we heard about, potholes forming and being filled in and forming again. And so my concern is that, can staff give us some understanding of that from your perspective? Is the street strong enough? Is Diablo Way strong enough? And is First Street strong enough? Is Maple strong enough for all of these trucks? Or are we going to be paying maintenance as a result of all this to keep those streets?
Thank you, Commissioner, for that question. That's a very good question, and another speaker did ask me that question this afternoon, and we did send him that documents after that. But to clarify, Diablo Way went through a full-blown rehabilitation back in 2021, all the way from Brentwood Boulevard to First Street. And this included replacement of some utilities, as well as putting the pavement section. So in our design standards, we have specific criterias for pavement sections depending on the road. So if you look at it, there is pavement sections for local street, minor collector street, major collector street, etc. And so the Diablo Way was designed as with the pavement section of a collector's street. So pretty much what it means is the structural strength of the pavement is 4 inches of asphalt concrete over an 8-inch asphalt aggregate base, which would support the collector street requirement in city of Brentwood. So what it means is any trucks which are normally permitted, including garbage trucks, fire trucks, delivery trucks, all are permitted to use those roads. So even though it is considered an alleyway, it was designed with the structural strength of a minor collector street or a local street.
You know, I've looked at that alley on Google Maps, and you know, you get the satellite view or the aerial view, and I did notice that there's a couple of what look to be semis parked just in the Google Maps picture on that street making deliveries. And so is there a lot of semi-truck traffic on Diablo Way? Or are there deliveries, or what's the frequency there? Do we know?
Unfortunately, I don't know the frequency of the delivery, but it is permitted to use deliveries through that road. And I believe the design is showing the fire trucks are permitted only to enter through Diablo Way, but they are exiting through First Street. So it would be like any other typical truck movement, which are permitted on such roadways.
All right. And so with those deliveries there, so we were given a turning radius simulation to look at. How does staff feel? Do you have an opinion on that turning radius simulation?
Definitely. I did see the turning movements. So what they've shown us is the critical turning movements. Basically, the left turn into Diablo Way, the right turn into Diablo Way, and the left turn out of the fire station, right? Those are the critical movements where we want to make sure that they are able to make the turns. But city streets in general are designed for fire truck movement. So when you get to an intersection and you're making a left or right, the fire trucks are permitted to make the turn if they encroach into the adjacent lane. So it won't be like they are making the turn very close to the curb return, but they will have enough radius to make a turn into the city street as needed. And typically our street section ranges from 10 feet of lane width to 14 feet apparently for arterial roads. But in downtown, we have street widths ranging from 12 feet to 13 feet.
Even in the alleys, the lanes are 12 feet wide?
Yeah, the alleys, it's one, we have a 20-foot right-of-way there. So there is enough space for the...
So a 10-foot lane, 20-foot right-of-way would be two 10-foot lanes?
Yeah, it is just, it's one lane.
It's
Exactly.
one lane.
You have that 20 feet of...
Is it one way there?
No, what I meant is the trucks can use that 20 feet of right-of-way to enter. So there is enough space to enter into the fire station.
Can two trucks pass each other going in opposite directions?
No.
Can one truck pass a parked semi-tractor trailer?
I'm not sure about the parking situation within Diablo Way if parking is permitted. That is something we need to look into because since it's only 20 feet, I doubt if there is parking permitted within that space.
So on the satellite image, I saw those couple of semis. Am I looking at it right? Do you see them there, Chris? No, you don't see them? I just want to know, are the semis there illegally then, or that I'm seeing in this satellite image of Diablo Way? I'm seeing two semi-trucks, one behind Boondoggies and one kind of there behind Cute Nail Spa. And they were there long enough to get their picture taken by a satellite. Granted, they're just past where the fire station would be, but you know, if they're parked in that direction, they're going to be going out that way. And I was just wondering, should we do some traffic analysis? Because turning radius is one thing, but traffic is another. And if there's delivery trucks, we're talking about emergency services here. You don't want to get caught in a situation where you're going to have to find some truck driver, get him back in the cab, get him moving that thing out of your way, and then get out of there. You know, I don't know. It just seems like turning radius is one thing and traffic is another. But that was my comment on that. All right, so design review. I took some notes based on what I found in the downtown specific plan, the one that was updated. It seems like in 2017 was the last update on it. Is that what you guys use for design review?
Yes.
Okay, and because I didn't find it in the packet, I just had to go and find it. But oh, I did, before we move on from the traffic noise and air quality, I think I saw a mention somewhere that there was an ESA that the county did related to the EIR. There was like a note that they provided that was in the packet, and I was just wondering if that ESA was something that we could look at. I didn't even know what an ESA is, but I wrote down ESA, which is what I read.
We don't have an ESA now.
Okay, so I don't know, where did I get the idea that somebody had said in the packet that they had an ESA? All right.
Through the chair,
Yes.
that might have been a comment made by a representative of the district tonight. An ESA is typically what's called an environmental site assessment. Like Miguel mentioned, we don't have it necessarily, but I wanted to make a more general comment as well, that I know the commission is going to have a lot of questions on this, based in part on the significant amount of public comment we got tonight, which is great, right? That's part of the process. And we're going to do our best to answer whatever questions the commission has. And even though public comment has closed officially, I also think it's reasonable to call back representatives from the district to answer particular questions. So I just want you to keep that in mind as we work our way through here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning public comment. I forgot to go back. I do listen. Let me see. Yeah, one of the questions about the turning was that if a person misses by a foot, then they need 2 feet to recover. If they miss by 2 feet, they need 4 feet. So I don't know if that study covers that. All I have is a diagram for a study, so I don't even know what to make of that. The ADA requirements for the Vets Hall. I'm not sure I can do anything about that tonight. It sounds like that there's an exemption of some sort. This was the DIY. Oh, the noise. One of the reasons why I did make that comment, and I do appreciate the comment that the noise could be as much as 120 decibels. I used to work in downtown San Francisco. You know, that's a pedestrian city for sure. And every now and then a fire truck would go by between those tall buildings, and it's ear splitting. It's very, very loud. We have complaints. 92 was telling me they get complaints from people in the neighborhoods nearby about the loud noise the fire trucks make, and they absolutely have to make those noises. It's for safety, but it's not insignificant. There was that 19 or 18-foot utility pole limit, I guess. Oh, here's the one. A suggestion was made that if the fire department builds the fire station and all these problems that we're not supposed to have, maybe some of these problems appear after all. I don't know. Can the fire department go back and red stripe all the curbs? Can they change the layout? Can they force the change of the layout of some of the downtown events? Do they have the ability after the fact, assuming that maybe a study was wrong or something and things don't go right? Does the fire department, can they do that? Can they come in and red stripe all the curbs on First Street down that block? Or is that a real danger?
I can only probably comment on the events that's happening in downtown. So it is my understanding that any events that happen in downtown, they have to coordinate with the fire district in terms of their closure plans or what event is happening. So fire district has to make prior arrangements to get their fire trucks out and be ready for such events. So with that said, I don't believe they can go ahead and do red curbs on public right-of-way because that falls within the city engineer's authority.
Okay. Forgive me if I don't get everybody's questions, and I just like to. All right. Well, if I didn't get to everybody's questions, I'm sorry, but others may still. All right, design review. So we have downtown specific plan. The general plan of Brentwood defines all the zoning and requirements, architectural requirements, design requirements, spacing requirements, lot line requirements, all kinds of requirements. That's the general plan. Within the general plan, there are certain areas that are special, downtown being one of them. They have their own downtown specific plan. And that's, if you go to the website for Brentwood government and you look for you search for downtown specific plan, that's what you'll eventually find. And that's what we're referencing here tonight as we go through the design review. Sorry, being tedious. And so they mentioned, you heard mention of the downtown core. The downtown core is first referenced in this design, the downtown specific plan. Where do I have it? I have it. Also, I have a computer in front of me so I can look at these. I know, I'm just trying to, I had it up. I can't figure out what tab I had it on. Did I lose it? Oh no, I think I had it way over here. Here it is. All right. Yeah, so page 71 starts the core. And as I went through the design documents that I had, and I went through the core specifications and other parts of this, I have some questions. First of all, I just noted that on page 72, they talk about, there's a listing of all the various usages that can be done. H says that civic and cultural uses include cultural and entertainment facilities, blah, 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 blah. Fire stations is mentioned as a usage there, and that's why when you hear staff saying, well, it's an allowed usage, that's where it's allowed. It's on page 72 of a downtown specific plan. There's some, on page 74, there's things about lot density, maximum building size of 30,000 square feet, minimum height, 2 floors, 25 feet, maximum 48 feet. I don't see it here, but I think that, oh yeah, the minimum interior height for the ground level is 14 feet. It has to be 14 feet at ground level. That's first floor. So it's a little bit taller than your house. So I guess that's why it looks like three stories, but I think it's really only 2. Parking standards are on page 91. I didn't work with those too much. The architectural standards and guidelines on page 95 do state the intent to preserve and reinforce the historic character. And you heard another public commenter mention that tonight. Page 97, interestingly, prohibits curb cuts on First Street. there's no getting around it. You're going to pull fire trucks out of there. There's a huge curb cut in front of those two garage doors. I don't know what we're going to do about that. I mean, it's a fire station. They got fire trucks. They got to get out, but it is prohibited. Page 99 gets into three-dimensional parapets and wall tops. The examples given don't show like that straight across look that this architectural design has. So I'm not sure that it really fits in with the intent of the design. Let me scroll on up to that page. I wish I had some way to share this with you. On page 99. We don't normally do this like this either, but I just want to make sure that everybody knows that we're looking at everything. Yeah, so if you look at pictures on page 99, you can see they're not really just kind of straight across. There's always a little bit of detail and interest in those. Page 100 requires awnings and front facade windows if there's not windows. They do have windows. I'm not seeing a lot of the decorative awnings and other items, particularly on page 101. They want decorative bulkheads below the windows, something like wood moldings over a wood base, or decorative tiles, box planters. There's nothing like that here. Page 102 wants window and door transoms. Decorative design elements relate to adjacent structures. I don't really think this looks like the adjacent structures on either side. So I think that there's a lot where this design kind of falls short. No blank walls over 10 feet. I think that's width. The walls are pretty big on this thing, and I don't know if they're really meeting the spirit of this. They'd like to see people treat blank walls with trellises, awnings, murals, trompe l'oeil, historic plants, or other visual means. And you've been downtown, you've seen the murals and stuff, they're great. This, I think somebody described it as the big red monster, and I understand the sentiment. It is just pretty monolithic. There are, 3 sections that vary slightly in depth away from the sidewalk, and that's about it for detail. On page 104, there's a very lengthy section about architectural styles. The people that made this document really envisioned a beautiful downtown. And it's kind of unfortunate that the state of California took away the redevelopment program that was going to be used to fund all of it. Actually was used to build this. They borrowed the money from the assuming the redevelopment program was going to pay it back. It didn't, and so you, me, and everybody in Brentwood still pays for this building. Nonetheless, they envisioned this beautiful downtown, and if you haven't seen the downtown specific plan, I really encourage you, go and look at it and see what the people that really started this town and wanted it to be, wanted it to look like. And a lot of the sentiment I'm hearing tonight from the public is justified based on the contents of this document. It's something that you should look into because it really talks about the promises that were made to this city when they were growing it from, 7,000 to 10,000 to 20,000 to 40,000 to 65,000. A lot of promises got made along the way, and many of them have been forgotten. But I'm here. One thing that I try to do is to remind the city that we promised this to our residents that were here. And we promised this to our residents that invested here and bought homes here, that this is what we were going to do. And we need to, as a planning commission, we need to try to keep those promises. So page 104 begins a lengthy section detailing the various architectural styles. And it really wanted to make Brentwood style statement. They talk about, and there's a list, neoclassical revival, early 20th century commercial style, Spanish Mission revival, Mediterranean, Art Deco and exotic revival, Italianate, Queen Anne is getting more into the residential, but still some business. And then the rest of the styles were basically residential as far as I could make out. And I guess my question for staff is, on this list, what style is this building that we're looking at today?
It would be closely related to the early 20th century commercial style, as in American mainstream or Main Street
Let me
architectural.
have a look at that. Let's scroll down. Yeah, about page 109. Yeah, doesn't look like any of the pictures at all. I mean, is that the Veterans Hall in the upper left corner? I think I think it is. And if you look at the Veterans Hall as an early 20th century commercial style, and then you look at the design in front of us tonight, I don't see any similarity at all. That other building, yeah, there is this brick building, but it's not the same. And you can see along the sides of it, and nice big awning on the front. That would be the closest thing I've seen in here that even looks like this building. And according to the architect, it was not inspired by any of these. It was inspired by East Coast architecture. I don't know. I've been to New England. I've seen places where they built sort of in that style, but I don't really think it meets the, I don't know. Signage standards, I don't really. Page 138, well, let me get down to that. Again, apologies to everyone for looking at a document that's not on the screen. I would share if I was able to. Not sure why I'm not able to. Well, these are civic buildings, and it really relates more to buildings that the city is building, but the city will take steps to ensure that civic buildings in the downtown district exude a high degree of quality and craft. The character of new public and quasi-public buildings will set the tone for new private investment, communicate the city's commitment to revitalizing, enhancing, and preserving the downtown. And again, this is being mentioned in the packet and elsewhere that this is a civic building, which is why it belongs downtown. Again, it's the county, not the city, but they were just at the point that this was written, I think was back in 2004, they were currently finalizing the design for this building. So that's a kind of a promise. And the last thing I want to talk about is down around page 152, where they talk about the workshop, where they actually had citizens come in and interested parties, come in and talk about what they wanted the city to be. And these are the promises that were made. And if you look at page 152 to start, this is just some pictures of things that they thought would belong downtown. Again, not seeing anything like this building. And then page 154, there's a graphic that details how to build buildings the Brentwood way. This is what we're supposed to be doing in Brentwood. How to build buildings the Brentwood way. This is an official City of Brentwood document. This is what we have promised our residents. And talking about buildings, not just a box. Shape the mass of a building with smaller bays, entries, and roofs to feel more town-like and human-scaled. Use pedestrian-oriented elements like porches, balconies, and entryways to make buildings inviting and welcoming. I do see a little green space in front of this thing, but create roof interest with pitched roofs, gables, dormers, and towers. Nothing like that here. Vary awnings and overhangs to create shadows and visual interest. Again, I think there's one of those kind of pergola-looking awnings over one of the doors. Use interesting details to add a feeling of craft and quality. Props for making an arch over the garage doors, that's interesting. The rest of it, they're just rectangles, doors, and windows. I don't know. So I don't really see where this design matches what I'm looking at in the DSP. It's just big and red and rectangular, which is not what we envisioned for our town. And I'm going to go ahead and stop talking now and let my fellow commissioners weigh in, and I'll be real interested to hear what everybody has to say about this. Thank you so much. I appreciate your patience.
Thank you. Commissioner Brandt.
I was listening the whole time, I promise. So I also wrote down a lot of questions that the public had provided. First off, I'll just go straight into it. The parking may not, it says, does not have to be removed. That was a statement on the drawing. I need a little help interpreting that. It's not as though, it doesn't say keep existing parking. It says parking does not have to be removed. I was hoping to get some.
Is that on the site plan?
Yeah, on the site plan. It's just those 3 spots that are out front.
So the history to the parking on this is that when the original fire station was existing before it got demoed, there was a curb cut apron for the vehicles. After demolition, the curb cut remained. Late 2023, city engineer decided to add some parking stalls. They added 8, and then with the construction of this fire station, 5 of those 8 parking stalls would need to be removed, and 3 would remain.
Okay, so there's no intention, and I think it was alluded to earlier as far as further modifications necessary to support fire services that may have gone sort of unnoticed, right? It's like, what do you call that? Unforeseen consequences, that kind of thing. Is that, we're bringing up the idea of the restriping all the curbs and everything like that. That seems slightly egregious, but in this case, there's no intent to remove that. And what would it take to then remove that if, in fact, it did cause some kind of dilemma as far as sufficing fire services?
The 3 parking stalls?
Yeah.
If I could get some more clarity on that question. So are you saying that, can you repeat that for me? Sorry.
I'll say it a different way. In the event that if this station were in this place, if there was an unforeseen consequence in which there was an inability to use the street as is based off of the current fire apparatus, what would it take in order to remove those 3 parking spaces?
I believe the plan is to keep 3 parking spaces and remove the 5.
No,
So,
sorry, let me try this again. If there was a need based off observed from the public or a group of interested parties, what would that take? What would they need to do to essentially have those 3 parking spots striked from the street?
Removed from the street, right?
Yeah.
That definitely falls within the city engineer's authority to determine if that parking spots needs to be removed. As of now, the city does not have any requirements for parking spaces in downtown area for new non-residential offices or businesses. So we have to evaluate the needs and determine if that is causing any traffic safety concern, if those spaces have to be removed.
So if I'm understanding correctly, it's more of it would be a engineering ministerial action?
That is correct.
Okay, I think, at least I wanted to know what that meant as far as that's concerned. Okay, and then, let's see, you asked the thing about the ADA. I did have a question about that, if there was ever such thing. Maybe Christy, you can help clarify. Is there a possibility, or is there some type of ADA exemption that's taking place here? And is there an existing one due to the age of the site or something that's grandfathered in? I'd like some clarification on that if you have context.
I actually don't have context. There was a lot of public comment on something being grandfathered in and ADA compliance. And I would just note that, the city, your design review approval is of a brand new building that would be required to comply with ADA and all, applicable California Building Code provisions. So this is a brand new building that you're considering tonight.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. This whole class 5 weight thing with respect to the Diablo Way alleyway, it looks like this was addressed in CIP 562-56401 back in like 2019. That was when I think some of the monies were allocated to that. I dug up the CIP and I couldn't find anything about the class of road and such. So I had a difficult time corroborating the statement that you had given about, obviously there's that exemption, there's that sort of thing. But I was just looking into this a bit more to see if I could understand it better. Is there anything else that I should know as far as that's concerned?
Yeah, if I could provide more clarification, the number 5 that was mentioned is actually the traffic index 5. So if you look at the design plans for the CIP, you would see a chart which mentions what is a traffic index and what is a cross-section that we are going for Diablo Way. So in our design standards, we have different traffic indices and different cross-sections based on the type of street. So we have for arterial street, collector street, major collector street, minor collector street, etc. So when comparing with what was designed for Diablo Way, it was designed for a traffic index of 5 with a 4-inch asphalt concrete over an 8-inch AB. So if you look at the design standards, it's comparable to a residential local as well as a minor residential collector in terms of the cross-section.
So if I was going to, for example, I'm trying to get this in kind of layman's terms here. If you were defining the road structure of I'll call it the outside lane of a highway for 18-wheelers versus the inside lane, which is more for passenger vehicles, is there a difference there in terms of road capacity, if you will?
Typically, when we do roadway design, we don't differentiate between inner and outer lane. It's all classified under one category. So like city streets, if you were to compare, I would say Brentwood Boulevard is an arterial street, depending on the traffic volume and the load of vehicles going on the road. And I'm pretty sure it must be classified somewhere. So there is a classification on different types of roads as arterials, collectors, residential, and local. So as you go down the chain, the structural strength of the required pavement diminishes a little bit because you're not expecting as much traffic impact on those streets. So you can't have the same structural section for a collector street on, say, Brentwood Boulevard or Sand Creek Road, where you would need a bigger, thicker section.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Moving down, one of the public commenters, I apologize, I can't remember which, brought up about the downtown area's call volume and the density. There was a heat map that was on actually the fire chief's website that was really great. By the way, I didn't disclose this, sorry. I, as both my fellow commissioners here at least have, I did meet with the veterans. I had a great 1-hour session with them talking through it. So I have a mountain of paperwork from them. I took a meeting with Supervisor Burgess. Also got her assistant gave me a lot of really great, digital of course, but a substantial amount of info. So I've been just kind of, reading it all, understanding it, want to get the, best perspective here. I did review that, what do you call that? The heat mapping. I did an overlay with like a 70% opacity of the local map. And what I found is that I think that particular heat map seems to track with the density of the populations in those areas. So it's only natural to establish a correlation that it's mostly highlighting areas, with the exception, I imagine, of like Trilogy and some of the, southwest corner of the city, mostly retirement homes. But it seems to correlate to density, where most of our density is kind of up and around Brentwood Boulevard and such. But I did look at that. Addressing the design, I'm going to come back to that because there's a lot still to get through. Safety for pedestrians, I don't know if staff had considered anything relating to like, I know we've had a lot of great success with some of those markers and such, just to, the kids that are walking down the street, have their head buried in their phone. Is there any, other visual cues that it can give besides the fire engine sound?
Aside from the fire engine, when the applicant has indicated, or it's actually shown in the plans, that lighted bollards are at the exits.
Oh, at the curb?
At the curb, correct.
Okay, I must have missed that, thank you.
Chair Roberts, we have someone speaking in the public. Could you, through the
Yes,
chair?
listen,
Thank you.
it's late and we're trying to get through this agenda item. So I'm going to ask everyone to show just basic courtesy and let us do what we came to do, which is sort some of this out. It might not be what you want to hear, but we have to ask the questions. So if you'd please silence yourself so we can get through this reasonably. I really appreciate it in advance. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Roberts. So then going down the list, sort of the intentions of the downtown area is more of a fun, enlivened environment. I know that I had a cursory list of typical activities that we do see that are very special and unique to the downtown area. To Brentwood, as well as the downtown area. We have Hometown Halloween, the Farmers Market, the Makers Mart, the Veterans Day Parade, the 4th of July Parade, the Holiday Parade, the Delta Harvest Fund Run, Juneteenth, Oktoberfest, summer concerts in the park. That was just off the top of my head, but that there's a pretty substantial collection of events that happen downtown. I think we would want to have this design be compatible with events like that we all know and love. Let's see. Okay, so I want to move on, kind of change gears here a little bit. So I know one of the things that keeps getting brought up is this whole CEQA thing. And part of, I'm looking at the CEQA document right now, and it's a notice of exemption due to a couple specifically categorical listings, 15302C, 15305A. And the C represents replacement or reconstruction of existing utility systems and or facilities involving negligible or no expansion of capacity. I seem to disagree with that assessment only because the square footage of this place is nearly doubled, and then the actual size of the entire facility, I think it's up to 13,000 something square foot total. In addition, I think in the staff report, it mentions class 32 exemption for infill development. The first point A, the project is consistent with the applicable general plan designation and all applicable general plan policies, as well as with applicable zoning designation and regulations. Now, I referenced this earlier in the meeting in that my interpretation of the relationship between this plan and with this design and the downtown specific plan is there's a miss here. And I think that the idea, when at least the folks that put this plan together had, was we want this fire station to be the same size if it were to change. And that's part of the reason why it's listed as by right for the first 65-foot inset within this plan. Commissioner Flora had described the same exact thing in terms of the use categories. Fire station is fully allowed. The problem being is that when you extend beyond that, as you get closer to Diablo Way, it requires a conditional use permit. And it's all about, let me see here. So what does it say? So I'll read it again. Civic and cultural uses on ground floors outside of the 65-foot retail area. And it lists a whole bunch of things, including fire and police stations. To me, this is a great example of very nuanced ways of cultivating a specific region in a way that meets the needs of the residents. And they wouldn't have said this they wouldn't have distinguished between the two if they didn't really care about that. On top of that, we have the permitted uses on upper floors only. This is one of the few buildings that we have, or that would be downtown, that has a second floor. And none of the uses that I see in this are related to, and it's a fire station. Yes, it does technically mean lodging as far as, having the men and women of the fire department, staying there on however long their shift is. But primary use is a fire station. When I look at this thing, it said fire station in the staff report, I don't know how, probably a dozen times at this rate. So that being said, I see that there's substantial evidence to support the idea that there's the request for exemption is incongruent with the standards of our general plan, only because the general plan specifically references the following. Let's see. In terms of land use designations in the general plan, the DSP designation provides for the current and future uses of the downtown area of Brentwood in accordance with the downtown specific plan. It is purposed to create a pedestrian-oriented, economically viable town center. It goes on, but essentially what the general plan does is it just almost exclusively references the DSP as being its primary source of truth around zoning. And so what I'm seeing here is a pattern of potential misses as far as how we've actually identified what we can and can't do in this region. And I think it's fair to say that it deserves a review, and that the fact that some of the questions in the solar system of CEQA concerns, namely traffic, I had identified 3: traffic, the noise, and the recreation, commenting on some of the events that it might impact. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the noise bit. I spoke with a professional psychologist about this, and her feedback to me was pretty forward as far as correlation between sudden loud noises and PTSD sufferers. I know that the charter of the Veterans Organization, I'm just going to read it here real quick, just so that everyone is aware of it, because I wanted to read it again. May we continue our solemn duty to dedicate this memorial hall as a monument for all the veterans who gave the last full measure, to honor the memories of those who have come and gone before, and to provide for those to come. Now, in my own research, what I found out was that, and I spoke directly with Mr. Hester on this, is the veterans that are currently serving in the global war on terror, approximately about 29% of them experience some degree of PTSD over their lifetime. About 60% of those with individuals with that PTSD experience some sort of auditory hypersensitivity. Now, I can't, if you put a fire station in a neighborhood of just, we'll call it single family homes, or in a general commercial area where it's, there's no, in which there would be no sort of specificity to a particular sensitivity group, it makes sense. But in this case, you have a concentration of folks that if you're playing the odds game, are more than likely encountering this type of sensitivity. And, it's like, I'm not going to offer a conditional use permit to a blacksmith shop next to a music academy. Like, you have a concentration of a particular thing that will negatively impact existing operations. I think it's sensible to have this discussion as far as what that means. And I think there's a measurable impact to the community here that should not go unnoticed. Let's see what else. I know we talked about the turning red eye on both First Street as well as Maple. I still, what we call it the cramp angle of the front wheels. It maxes at 45 degrees. That is essentially your maxed out turning radius, depending on the angle of attack. I still think it's really close based off of some other parallel studies that were done. Like I said, it's about the entrance to the turning point from Maple. It's difficult for me to believe that this is not only a by right project, and that more than likely requires some type of conditional use permit. And that being said, I think it would be difficult to rule on something like this evening based off of the observations that I made here today. I think the design review can only take us so far, but if we were going to be congruent with the general plan as well as the DSP, I don't see it as a by right use. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brandt. I'm going to ask that we take a 10-minute recess and come back, and we'll start off with Commissioner Johnson. Thank you. Ms. April, has it been 10 minutes?
April's not here yet. There she comes.
Okay.
My apologies,
Very
Chair
good.
Roberts. I fell asleep in the back. It has been 10 minutes.
Okay, Miss April. And we're waiting on Rod. Commissioner Floyd. Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, so let's resume our meeting. Start with Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. First, I just really, I guess I got to just say, I'm kind of disappointed that we're with this 10 feet of property, that this thing didn't get resolved. It's just, Commissioner Floor talked about, and somebody talked about the feeling that, the fire district would continually encroach upon veterans' property. It is really sad that that's where we are. With that, I wish that didn't happen, or there was a different way. But I just wanted to just say that. Couple quick questions, and maybe this was a quick question, just a quick question for the chief here, or deputy chief, I should say. I noticed on the flow diagram that the trucks are not making a right turn going at any point. And it was brought up in several questions. And I just wanted to know, is it that there's going to be no right turns? Like, you don't anticipate making right turns out of First Street?
Thank you. No, we anticipate making both left and right turns out of the fire station.
And then but none of the diagrams don't show it. The diagram that we have doesn't show that, but you do anticipate making the right-hand turn?
Absolutely.
Okay. I just wanted to get a better understanding of that. And wait, one more question. I'm sorry. Somebody also mentioned that we could, two more. Paint red the curbs maybe on the opposite side of the street if there was some. Is that possible, or is this an engineering question? I'm not sure who's, would.
So the fire district concurs that is under control of the city. There was a conversation during the development process whether or not it would be needed that we would make an ask of the city to eliminate parking across the street from the exit of the fire station. We made a conscious decision that we can make that turn. Fire engines have made that turn for many, many decades at that location and will continue to do so. Since we're on the subject, there were 8 temporary spots installed in front of the current curb cut. That was done in concurrence with the fire district. We supported that. And as the city engineer indicated, those will come out because the old station was 4 bays wide. The new station is 2 bays wide. So there's a net gain of parking on First.
And the decontamination in the back. Can you just talk to me about that decontamination in the, so that's so that the firefighters can cleanse their clothes, I'm assuming. How is that controlled so that there's no contaminants? Or how is that controlled?
All modern fire stations have a decontamination shower, as well as for our turnout gear. That discharge or byproduct goes into the sanitary sewer.
Okay, and then just the size of the building. Was it not possible to make the building, like the way this turned out, was it not possible to, I guess there's a reason, I'm just trying to understand the reason that that you had to, I don't want to use that word, expand the lot?
Mostly that was necessary to gain the drive-through capability. The old fire station, again, had the 4 bays in the front, did have 2 bays in the back, a double-wide garage, so parking for at least 6 pieces of apparatus. And the 2 pieces out of the rear did exit towards Diablo Way. But this slight expansion allowed us to have the drive-through capability to make it safer for everyone.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Johnson, sorry to interrupt. For the right-hand turning template, it's actually on a separate template. It came in originally with the plans. It was sheet A-101. And the original template that was submitted only showed the ingress off of Diablo Way and the exit onto First Street left and right turn. However, we also wanted to see the ingress onto Diablo Way.
Okay.
So we asked for a subsequent turning radius study. So if you want to see the right turn movement, it would be.
What page is that on?
Sheet A-101.
Sheet A-101. Can you tell me the page number on the like the PDF?
Do you have just the plans open, or is it the entire?
I have a lot of stuff open. I got the high-res turning study is what I was looking at, which was item 7.
Here, let me just.
That's what I was looking at or referring to.
I apologize. I'm just looking at the plans, not the entire agenda, so it'll take me a second.
I only saw, did you guys see a right-hand turn? Or am I missing it? Okay, I thought I was like missing it.
With your permission, can I add some information about the turn radius study?
Please.
The slide that I showed only indicated the left-hand turn. That was just.
Can you hang on one sec while we turn on your mic?
On? There we go. Michael Ross, architect. The slide that I showed was only illustrative of the fact that we did turn radius studies in all directions, onto First Street, left and right, off of Diablo into the back of the station, and all of those were provided. In interest of brevity, I just didn't include those in the slideshow. And then I thought that Chief McAllister made a good point that for 85 years, trucks have been turning onto First Street with no mishap. So it's been sort of load tested just over the years as well. So, but we would be happy to not only provide subsequent and expanded turn radius studies, but we also have them in video format where you can see the sort of the churn and the ability of the site to accommodate these vehicles without conflict with any parking spaces across the street.
Okay, thank you. I got a question. So, like, for example, Hometown Halloween, I'm just using an event that I know happens in the city. We typically would have typically, we would close off First Street, and we would have booths up and down First Street. So if the fire station was there, what would happen? Would we not be able to close off First Street? Or is that kind of what it would be?
So the applicant has indicated that they would coordinate with the event holders and essentially figure something out to where there wouldn't be that conflict. But I would leave it to the applicant to elaborate.
Thank you. The fire department, fire district looks forward to being an active participant in downtown events. Street closures today require a permit from the fire district. We routinely grant those, including downtown Brentwood. We see no reason to change that.
Okay.
We historically participated, and we would look forward to participating once again.
And Commissioner Johnson, that turning template's on page 105 of the agenda.
105. And of course.
Miguel, it just shows, it looks like all the turning on a First Street is coming out of just one bay. I don't, it's not diagrammed for each bay separately, I guess.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Give me a second here. I am trying to. Okay. So as far as the design review is concerned, I do see some, semblance of designs that are similar to this design. And I guess I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm Anju Pillai, engineering manager.
Okay. So the weight of the trucks, you explained the variance weights on the roads, whether it be a major road, a contributory road, and that one. So it can hold 40,000 pounds of weight. Is that what you're saying?
So it all translates to traffic index for a street. That how it translates to is each street has a certain index assigned to it, and that index is calculated based on the equivalent single axle loads of all sorts of vehicles that are going to be on those roads for the design year. So in simply put, if you're anticipating a 20-year life cycle for a pavement, you need to anticipate, so many loads of vehicles, equivalent single axle loads impacting on the road. So we don't do those calculations in the city. It's provided by the Caltrans Highway Design Manual, but we incorporate the traffic indexes which highway design suggests as part of our design standards. So what it translates to is the TI of 5 should be able to accommodate the traffic comparable to any local street or a minor collector street, with the assumption that it will have truck traffic, including garbage trucks, fire trucks, and delivery trucks.
So I just want to make sure this is clear for me, not a non-engineer. The fact that we would have fire trucks coming on that road would not impact the roads, if that's what you're saying.
That is correct.
It would not impact the road's durability.
That is correct.
Or the city having to replace the pavement any earlier than if that fire, or are you saying, than if that fire department wasn't there?
That is correct.
About the Okay, one other question about, Commissioner Brand brought up the CUP. How was it determined that we did not need a CUP?
So essentially, a CUP is required for civic uses that are beyond the 65-foot retail component. At least that's the way Commissioner Brand's interpreting it. And so the building from property line to the rear is less than 65 feet, which would be included. Commissioner Brand's interpretation also would include the ancillary uses, or what us as staff would call ancillary uses, that being the generator and the fueling station. He's considering it a primary use, which if it is the case, then it would require a CUP. But in staff's opinion, it's ancillary to the use of a fire station. That's our determination. But ultimately, the planning commission, this commission, has the authority and ability to determine if it requires a CUP or not.
So one other question I'm going to get back. So if we were to say that any building where we'd have to determine whether there was an ancillary use or if it was the primary use, varying to see if it required a CUP.
I'm sorry, I didn't really.
So what you mentioned was that the gasoline, the utilities, you were thinking that was an ancillary use. Commissioner Brandt, you're thinking it's the part of the primary use, and that's why it needs a CUP, correct?
That's my understanding of your interpretation, Commissioner.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
Yeah, I think my argument stems from the idea that the primary building site cannot exist without its ancillary components, meaning that you can't have a fire station. I mean, I understand you probably can't have a fire station without a generator and such. They need backup capability, they need all this stuff. You couldn't have the primary building, so
without the secondary.
You would encompass all of that as being a fire station equipment. That's where I come.
Okay, thank you. Trying to think if there was some other comments that I heard that I wanted to make sure I addressed. For right now, because some of my other comments were addressed, I have no more. I did ask about that. I have no more comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, there's a lot going on here, and I'm going to be as completely transparent as I know to be. I don't have enough information to move on this tonight at all. Let's talk about categorical exemptions for the infill. So as I'm looking at this CEQA guidelines 15300 to 15333 that have been determined not to have significant, and there's that word again, significant effect on the environment, and are therefore exempt from the provisions of CEQA to prepare environmental documents. I don't know who is making these determinations that there are not concerns about the location of this fire station and some of the safety issues, noise issues, and certainly airborne toxin issues. But where this goes left for me, I don't have analysis. It's as if to say to the Planning Commission, somebody's made some determinations here. We don't need to have analysis. We don't need to have any reports of any kind. We just need to know that we have to take the word of the planning department and all of the experts, which is great. I'm glad that they have that information. That's intel that we would like to have had in our packet. And because we don't have it, I personally cannot move on this tonight. And it's unfortunate because it is an issue that needs to be addressed. But because we don't have all of the information, knowing when you came into this agenda that these were going to be some of the questions that we were going to have, to not have it in the packet and expect us, at least me, to make a determination without all of the intel, as important as it is, I think that was a mishap on everybody's part here. The study analysis is something that we needed to have. We're talking about toxins, talking about the law, air quality, safety, impact downtown, the design itself for downtown. All these conflicts render or have come about with somebody doing a very analytical take. On every one of these steps, somebody did an analysis. Traffic. I just don't understand how we can sit here and say that traffic is not going to be impacted when we've got a pedestrian walk about downtown and we've got a school around the corner. But for some reason, it was determined without an analysis, without a report of any kind, that we don't need a traffic analysis. So I beg to differ. There were some significant pieces here relative to traffic, noise, air quality that needed to come in this packet. And I don't want to, spend another 5 hours talking about things that had we had this information in the packet, we could have made some kind of determination. I'm speaking for myself at the moment. So whatever the commissioners do this evening, including myself, it would have gone better for all people involved in this very important agenda item to have equipped us with what it is that we needed in order to move on this. Now, I have heard Commissioner Brandt saying very similar conversation, and I've heard Commissioner Floyd saying the same thing. And for whatever it's worth, Commissioner Johnson is asking questions as well. The questions are not going to be, and nor should it be, a conversation that we're going to have with the planning department, the engineers, and all the other experts when we had an opportunity to put this in a packet for us to read and come to you with questions that we could have gone back and forth with. To do this now, and it's like, it's too late as far as I'm concerned. It's too late. I would have liked to have had that information, and not having it, there's absolutely no way I can move forward without that information. So that's my take on it. And unless the commissioners want to continue to ask these questions that should have been in the packet, I move that we make a motion on this line of this agenda item now.
Would it be advantageous to have the applicant come back with, or have the city develop a better packet?
Well, that's up to you guys. But here's the thing, Commissioner Johnson. We have not met since December of last year. I understand that this was something that has been, on the shelf for folks to work at. I know that everybody's got their hands on this one. But I'm just trying to understand why we weren't better equipped with intel, with analysis. Instead of hanging all of this on, well, it's an exemption. No, it's not. No, it is not. It says so right there, would not result in significant effects. And as far as we're concerned, at least I'm concerned, there are significant effects. So that goes out the window, as far as I'm concerned. Again, had people spent more time putting the analysis together to say, and this is why, and this is what we came to find out. It's great to have renderings. It's great to have, you know, diagrams that show that this has been tested over and over again. Brentwood has grown, and it's continuing to grow. And this conversation that we've had about, it's important that it's there. It has to be there. But I'm just trying to understand, and I'm listening to this. Well, wait a minute, but it had to be somewhere else first. And because the soil was bad, that went away. And it had to be somewhere else first. So it's not about it needing to be there. Now, that is something that has come as an after effect, an after fact. After everything was striked through because of whatever the reasons were that it didn't work in other places, we are now here. But again, my position, I will not move forward with this until I have all the information that should have been in this packet. So if the commission wants to bring it back, we can bring it back. It's up to the commission, but this is my position. I'm looking for a motion.
Chair Roberts, do you have specificities around the type of information you're looking for specifically from staff?
I would like to see, yes, I do. Yes, I do. I would like to see an impact. I'd like to see a traffic study. Because again, coming back to would not result in significant effects related to traffic, we are all saying that there is going to be an issue with traffic. So I want to see the traffic study. Okay. I want to also see, because you're talking about toxins and that there is, and nobody's brought this up. When I think of these toxins that the firemen have to strip down and there's a solution and they're doing what they need to do, I'm looking at a fire truck that has been engaged in some form of fire that's also toxic, whether inside or outside. And no one has talked about anything that could be airborne that affects that community. The very clothing that these firemen are taking off and purifying, for lack of a better word. No one has told me, well, what about the seats in the fire truck, the mats in the fire truck, the backside of the fire truck? What about the fire truck? So there are certain things that, no, significant effects relating to traffic, noise, and air quality. I'd like to see those reports. And when you can show me that those reports exist, and this is why this project or this agenda item needs to move forward, when you equip me with that information, I'll feel a lot better making a decision. But until then, I can't make one. So I'm entertaining a motion.
From the rest of the
And it's up to
commission.
the planning commission. I'm sorry, I'm still talking. It's up to the planning commission to determine if they want to bring this back. That is what is in front of us at the moment.
In addition to Chair Roberts' comments, the traffic study, hazardous toxin analysis, air quality, noise concerns, were there any other that exist in this commission?
ADA.
ADA?
With the air study, I guess I would be concerned that, you know, no matter where we put a fire station, you're going to have the toxin, I don't know. We just, you know, I think we
Well,
need.
exactly, Commissioner Johnson, but we need the study.
Okay.
Typically, this fire station that I toured is sitting in the back of Walgreens, away from people's homes and schools. So if you just show me the study, let me know that that there's no danger.
So what we have is the traffic,
Go ahead.
noise, air quality, and ADA.
That's what I see.
Can you elaborate on what an ADA study is?
It's Americans with Disability Act. She just wants a study to find out why they seem to be exempt from having to provide the necessary parking,
Oh, it's with regard to just the parking.
the ADA. More?
That's up to the chair. Just, I don't want to. Yeah,
I'm sorry, Chair Roberts, could we have this
Yes.
gentleman speak to the ADA issue?
Good evening. Thank you so much, Chairperson Roberts. I really appreciate your wisdom and your input. I want to thank the board here. I want to thank Special Counsel Christy Crowell for your inquisitiveness. That's a great question. ADA is more than just parking. The Americans with Disabilities Act covers people with all disabilities, including PTSD. And ADA isn't just a study of the site in question, but it also covers the sites adjacent. Okay? And I am frankly dumbfounded and shocked that the city planner hasn't done an ADA study on how having an active fire station next to a veterans center, how their impact will be. Having loud sirens go off at different times of the day, you saw what happened to me when that cell phone went off right behind me. It darn near blew me out of my chair, okay? It brought back immediate horrible visions of stuff blowing up behind me, all right? I know why the fire department hasn't done an ADA study. He can come up and testify if he wishes. Okay, but an ADA study is more, you know, they're ADA compliant because they've got a parking spot in their enclosure. Okay, but an ADA study is more than just parking spots. Now, it's important also, as I mentioned in my earlier testimony, why they want to encroach the county, not the fire department. This is separate from the fire department, and I want to make it clear. But why the county wants to encroach upon the dedicated veterans land, and that is because the county has never provided ADA parking on the veterans lot. Never. Okay? It is not up to the city of Brentwood to provide ADA parking for county land. That's law. The county wants to shove ADA parking onto city property.
Chair Roberts, if he's sufficiently answered
Okay,
your
well,
question.
this is, yes, he's answered the question.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much.
So I've asked the commission for a motion.
Through the chair, before we get to a motion, I just want to clarify a few things, and I think that Eric may want to as well, if that's okay with you. Okay, first, I just want to make sure that the commission is aware that, you know, and we said this earlier, and I just want to kind of reiterate for your consideration here. CEQA does not require the city to prove a negative, right? It doesn't require the city to prove absence of an impact. So what you had in your staff report this evening was staff's, you know, determination on the CEQA exemption. and like Eric said before, the project was processed in accordance with the city's normal routine practice for permitted uses. The city wouldn't ask, say a single family home that was permitted on a single family lot to provide a traffic study. The city also doesn't ask a commercial project that's permitted on a commercial lot to provide a traffic study where it's a permitted use and it doesn't require a CUP. So for that reason, this project was processed that way. So I just want to make sure that we're all kind of aware of why the project was processed the way it was. And and second, some of these studies that you're asking for here tonight are not CEQA related. That infill exemption before you has several factors, a factor test, if you will, to determine whether there are CEQA impacts. There's, noise and traffic are CEQA related impacts. And so I just want to make sure that you're clear on what CEQA impacts are and what studies you're looking for to support a CEQA determination for this project. So with that, I'll turn it over to Eric.
Well, before you turn it over to Eric, if it's not into the CEQA, if it's not a CEQA requirement, then I'm trying to understand why it wasn't in the packet.
Why?
That's what I want to know.
Why
did we not have a traffic study, a noise study, an air quality control study in our packet? Because if I just heard you correctly, you'd mentioned that there was some determinations that the city of Brentwood made based on. And when I hear that, I'm thinking, well, okay, they're basing it on what? And you mentioned CEQA guidelines and how this doesn't have anything to do with that. But you put it in the packet, and I'm looking at would not result in significant effects. I'm belaboring this because it's falling under the CEQA guidelines 15.332 through 15.333. So I'm just trying to understand, if one doesn't have anything to do with the other, then that means it was something that you should have had in the packet.
Sure, and I apologize.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, no,
Go ahead.
I apologize if I was unclear. You're absolutely correct. CEQA guidelines section 15332, our infill exemption that the staff was proposing is the CEQA determination for this project. Those factors, those would be considered as part of your CEQA determination tonight, whether there are significant impacts related to traffic or noise. Those are impacts that we would consider. There was just no evidence in the record before staff to bring forward for you to demonstrate that there would be such impacts. Therefore, the city could make the determination that there were no such impacts, and thus the infill exemption was appropriate. That's why your packet didn't include any, because there was no evidence of such impacts, your packet didn't include any evidence to the contrary, because we don't have to prove a negative, as Eric noted before. So that's why it wasn't there in the first place. If the commission's wills that it needs more information to make its decision, that's fine. I would just request that the information that you request from staff is related to your CEQA determination. There was some suggestions about ADA studies and things like that that are not CEQA impacts related to that infill exemption.
Well, okay, that's fine. I don't agree because I'm looking at the language and I've done some reading on my own. And what I keep hearing you say is that the city made a determination based on. So they're making a decision. And I'm trying to understand, how did they come to that decision? And that is the piece that's missing in the packet. It's fine that they made the decision. That's great. But they could have shared that decision and how they rendered that decision in the packet, and that was not there. And because it's not there, I can't move forward this evening. And I don't believe my commissioners can either. So that's where we are, but I'll let Eric go ahead and say what he needs to say.
Thank you, Chair Roberts, members of the commission. There's a lot that I'd really like to say, but I know it's late. Let me just say this. First of all, thank you to everybody for participating tonight. Thank you to the commission for delving so deeply into this issue. I know it's an emotional one. It's been brewing for a while. We certainly don't take it lightly at the staff level. So we've been aware, I go to council meetings, I go to commission meetings, obviously. We knew this was a contentious project for various reasons. That being said, I stand by, as we prepared the packet and even tonight, the collective determination that we made as a sequel recommendation that it meets that 15332 section as an exemption. Now, the commission obviously is free to disagree with that, request more information, just like the use question that Commissioner Brand brought up. We routinely make those determinations as to how something fits, whether it's into the general plan, a specific plan, a zoning district, and the commission is always free to, quote, disagree with that determination. That's part of the process, and that's obviously happened tonight. I was comfortable as the planning manager with the information that we put together in the packet. Clearly, the commission wants and needs more, and that's fine. So I'll end it here with some options. And I know, Chair Roberts, you're looking for a motion, and that's totally fine as well. Obviously, the way the packet was put together was, staff is recommending approval of the design review with a set of conditions. The commission could entertain a motion on that. The commission could also simply move to deny the application based on a set of findings. We have something somewhat prepared that we would need to finesse a little bit on the dais. I know we've already taken a couple of recesses, but we might need to take another short one, and we could display something on the screen that the commission could then take a motion on. A third option, potentially, and this is maybe where you were going with this, is the commission could ask for more specific information with regards to CEQA and simply continue the item, and we would then come back. The good news on that is that this is not a public hearing, so it doesn't require public notice, so we wouldn't have to worry about continue it to, say, a specific date. But I don't know how long it would take in order to get all that stuff done and get back to the commission. That would just be a TBD at this point. There may be another option that I'm not thinking of, but just wanted to lay that out for the commission to think about. Thank you.
Chair Roberts.
Yes.
I was sitting here, I think there are other options available to us. I think as the former planning commissioner from Antioch mentioned, we could require an EIR. We could require a CUP. As far as I understand, we do have those options in front of us to make motions. Just for completeness, what we're trying to do is get enough information so we don't do that, baselessly. I think the staff has heard our concerns tonight, and if I don't have more information about the traffic, what I'm going on is what everybody who's ever been to farmers market or anything else has seen with their own eyes, that downtown Brentwood in 2025 is not downtown Brentwood in 2012. Things have changed dramatically. They just have. To me, it's just logical to say that there is a significant impact. It's just so hard to understand, and it just seems like legalese. So if staff wants to come back and take another stab at convincing us that it doesn't need a CUP and that it doesn't need an EIR, that's one way we could go. Or we could just sit here and say, look, it does need a CUP and it does need an EIR. I could see it going either way, just based on the analysis that's been offered here tonight, but clearly staff doesn't agree. And I think Chair Roberts is just offering staff the opportunity to clarify all of this for us.
Yeah, I am. And so what thank you, Commissioner Floyd. What I'd like to do is, I'm not able to move on this tonight because I don't have enough information. And my sense is that the rest of the commissioners don't either. We're not going to spend more time trying to figure out how to get this through tonight because I need to study. I need to do my deep dive, and I believe all my commissioners need to do it as well. So that's not going to work out. So what I would recommend is that, as Commissioner Floyd has communicated, put it back on the calendar. Bring us an EIR, a CUP, help us understand why it doesn't need a CEQA. Bring us back an ADA report. We all believe that we need a traffic study. And I'm going to let you know now, as far as I'm concerned, until I see one, I can't render any kind of decision because there are children around the corner at that high school. And on the other side, we've got pedestrians, not just visitors coming into Brentwood, but Brentwood residents. So either way it goes, whichever way the truck turns right or left, there are going to be some impact issues as it relates to people traffic. So I'm entertaining a motion. However you want to phase the motion as it relates to denying it, bringing it back, however you want to do it, commissioners, but we are not going to get any further along with the experts and the city unless we have done our due diligence, and we can't do that without the information, and we don't have enough of it.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
See if this works. I'd like to make a motion to continue this application until we can get a traffic study, a noise study, air quality, and an understanding about the CUP that Commissioner Brand brought up. Is that, or is
An
that
ADA.
Friendly amendment, ADA.
an ADA? I mean, I don't know. Listen, I want to know. I need personally, just we need to get a better understanding of the traffic, the noise, air quality.
Yeah, I think Chair Roberts referenced some type of study of maybe like common hazardous toxins that exist as a result
Isn't that would be the air quality, or?
I think it's different. Am I mischaracterizing your comment, Chair Roberts?
No, you're not. No,
Okay,
these
okay,
are
yeah.
things that we weren't, we need to have it. I mean, they talked about
Residual toxins. that kind
taking
of-
these toxins off, but they're sitting in a fire truck.
Okay.
And the toxins are on the seat and on the back.
And once again, I just
I'm
want
just
to,
saying.
once again, I just want to remind the commission that your discretion here is limited to design review. And there is case law that says that your CEQA discretion is limited to design review issues. So we have, staff prepared an infill exemption for you. If you need additional information as to how to make that infill exemption determination or additional information on why that infill exemption determination is appropriate, those would be appropriate questions to ask staff or appropriate areas where we could bring you back additional information. But I would just remind the commission that your discretion here is limited to design review only, and thus the CEQA is limited to design review only.
So would the traffic fall under design? Traffic would fall under
The traffic is part of that
and then
15332.
the noise,
And the noises as well, yes.
noises as well. And what about? I see you.
Air quality too.
Right. Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
go ahead.
Yes.
So,
No,
I'm sorry.
that's right. That's exactly right.
Go ahead, Eric.
Sorry, through the chair. I know there's a motion.
I'm trying to make it.
Try,
Trying
yeah,
to get
right.
there.
But I just wanted to clarify too, because you, Commissioner Johnson, you also referenced the use question, right? And so,
No, I didn't want to bring up. You mean the use of the property?
no, the conditionally permitted use,
Oh, the CUP use. Yes.
because that would throw this into a different category potentially. So I want to make sure we kind of all understand each other in terms of where that might be going, right? So if the commission simply wants a more detailed analysis or more background as to how we arrived at this being a permitted use, we can certainly provide that in, say, the next staff report. But if the commission is concerned enough already that it's not going to fit as a permitted use and it's going to classify it as conditionally permitted instead, I wouldn't say we'd be back to the drawing board, but it would require noticing and, you know, we would look harder
me make
at the
another
CEQA
motion.
determination. So it's a little more complicated.
Let me finish. Let me state this motion. Continuance with traffic study, noise quality, and air quality.
And you're basically reading that right off the exemption in terms of.
No, I'm reading it off my notes that I took while I.
But those are the four in the exemption category that are listed specifically, so they match.
Okay, so those would be what I would be looking for. So that would be my motion.
Would it also be amenable, are you amenable? I know you described this as far as this commission's interpretation of permitted use versus conditional permitted use. To have I don't know what you would describe it as, like a trade-off analysis to indicate I at least, I know I shared my thought process around how I reached the conclusion of, needing a cup for this. But if we had a kind of a argument / rebuttal on the other side to indicate, just to show the thought process from start to finish from staff as far as that report goes.
We can certainly, dig into that and provide more explanation as to how we arrived at that. So you're saying that you wouldn't necessarily default at this moment to it's conditionally permitted. You just want kind of more to chew on, basically.
I mean, that would be my preference here, but.
So I would add or could add, if it was, information on the determination of how you determined that a CUP was not needed. That, I don't know if I used a double negative there, but.
We understand. We could do that.
Yeah, I would say a better understanding of why a CUP is required
is
not required.
In the positive instead of the double negative. So that would be my motion.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll second that.
We'll now take a roll call vote. Commissioner Floor,
Aye.
Commissioner Brand,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Chairperson Roberts.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay. And now we're going to move on to, let me find my worksheet.
We bring Commissioner Jones back.
Yes. Yes, please. Thank you.
He might be asleep. I don't know.
Okay. So let's get into our elections. We'll wait for Commissioner Jeremy to come back. Commissioner Jeremy, welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. We're going to go into the elections of the chairperson and vice chair for 2025 for the Planning Commission. The commission will now entertain nominations and motions for chairperson, followed by nominations and motions for the vice chair. Each motion will include a separate roll call vote.
I'd like to make a nomination of Commissioner Floor for chair.
I second it.
We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Floor,
Aye.
Commissioner Brand,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
No.
Motion carries. Oh, excuse me, Chairperson Roberts.
And when you forgetting all about me?
Sorry, it's
Aye.
12:04.
I know. Thank you for being a champion. Thank you. Okay, and now let's move on to vice chairperson. I am entertaining a motion for the vice chair.
I nominate Chris Brand for vice chair.
I'll second that.
I second it. Okay, I'll take my second back.
Roll call vote. Commissioner Floor,
Aye.
Commissioner Brand,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
Chairperson Roberts, or outgoing Chairperson Roberts.
Yes, aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. And we have elections of members to serve on the Design Review Subcommittee, Transplant Committee, and Brentwood Municipal Code Review Committee. The commission will now entertain nominations and motions for 2 members to serve on the Design Review Subcommittee, followed by nominations for the motions for 1 member on the Transplant and 1 member for the Brentwood Municipal Code Review Committee. So, do I have a motion or nomination for our design review?
Chair Roberts, before we make a motion, I currently sit on design review and I'd be happy to relinquish my seat on that committee.
Okay. Well, who wants to sit on it?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I will, can I make a motion?
Yes, of course you can. You can vote yourself in.
I'll make a motion to sit on the design review committee.
I'll second that.
Okay, I'm looking for another person. Do I have to, okay, so we got 1. Can we do 2 at the same time, April, or we got to do 1 on 1?
We're going to roll call vote each one, please.
Okay.
I'd be okay, honestly, I'd be okay if you just get 2 and then we'll make a motion on those 2.
Never mind, the boss has spoken. We are going to do both of them at one time.
Who else wants to be on the design committee?
I would be happy to do so.
I second that also.
Is that Commissioner Jeremy?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
It is Commissioner Jones. Let's take a roll
Okay.
call vote.
Commissioner Jeremy works too.
Chair, Commissioner Floor,
Aye.
Commissioner Brand,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
outgoing Chair Roberts. Oh,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, transplant. Thank you. Transplant.
I will happily re-up for this one.
I'd second that.
Commissioner
Would
Floor.
like to sit on the transplant committee.
We had a motion by Commissioner Brand and a second by Commissioner Floor. We will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Floor,
Aye.
Commissioner Brand,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson, outgoing Chair Roberts, who is frozen.
Oh my God.
Brentwood Municipal Code Review Committee.
We'll take that as an
Wait,
aye.
that was an
Motion
aye?
carries. Yes, Brentwood Municipal Code Review Committee is next.
I'm sorry, did I miss something? What happened?
Nope, you're good.
Yes.
Ideally, I'd like to continuity with this one. We've only had 1 meeting so far. We were supposed to have another one 2 months ago, and we still haven't. So I'll nominate myself for that.
I'll second.
Commissioner Floor,
Aye.
Commissioner Brand,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
outgoing Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Motion carries.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Okay, and now let's go into informational reports. Transplant.
Yeah, we've had a couple of meetings. We nominated our esteemed Mayor Meyer as the chair of Transplant for this season. In addition, we had a really great report indicating the sort of paradigm shift that we're looking to implement from a, we'll call it circulation standpoint, moving away, like accepting a zero acceptable policy in terms of pedestrian deaths And that's mostly related around how do you make traffic flow appropriately based off of not only vehicular traffic, but separating that, physical dividers and things of that nature related to both pedestrian as well as bicyclists. So still in process, a little bit of pushback from at least our, I'll call it Quad Cities area, Antioch, Oakley, Brentwood, and Pittsburgh. But all in all, very good discussion, a lot of great questions. Watch the meeting if you get a chance, but yeah, good learning.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Design review,
There was no meeting.
land use and development, we've had no meeting. Brentwood Municipal Code Review,
I'm hoping we have a meeting this month, maybe next month. Thank you.
okay, all right. All right, thank you. And the request for future agenda items. Are there any?
I have none.
Commissioner Brand?
None for me.
Commissioner Jones?
I have none, thank you.
Commissioner Johnson?
I have none.
Okay. Well, I just want you to know that I've so enjoyed being in this leadership position for the last 2 terms, and I will sit now and continue to coalesce with the new chair and vice chair and my fellow commissioners as we move forward to do what's best for the residents in the city of Brentwood. So I thank you so much. And with that said, I need a motion for adjournment.
So moved. And thank you, Chair Roberts. I appreciate.
Second.
Commissioner Floor,
Aye.
Commissioner Brand,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson,
Aye.
outgoing Chair Roberts.
Aye. Have a good evening and drive safely.
Motion carried, meeting adjourned at 12:11.
Thank you, April.